Launch sequence activated. Prepare for lightspeed.
Intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best grandee, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
All right, let's see. Good morning, everybody. Let me try to, why are we not on the stage? I wonder. Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you, Auntie, for joining us. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. I will be shortly joined by Mrs. E, who's still getting ready. And Auntie, thank you for hopping on here at the last second. I can't hear you, Auntie.
Okay, how about now?
Yes, I've got you now.
Sorry, I'm dog sitting again today, so I'm on location, no lights. I look kind of homely today, so.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a cup of coffee or my shower yet either. So I was just coming back home from dropping off the kids when I got the call that this verdict is in. So that's
Oh wow, the Real Me Too has just said something important. She said, we will not be able to hear the verdict. The judge is keeping the audio off to protect the foreperson. That makes no sense at all. We can't see the jury. We will hear the verdict after. Well, that stinks.
That's unfortunate.
But we can discuss it after. And hopefully we will have sources on. I'm going to try to pull it up on my phone as well. But it sounds like they're going to have all audio off. This was a very quick return. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they did 2.5 hours yesterday before they called it a night. And it is 8:51 Central Time. So it's 9:51 their time. I suppose they reached their decision sometime in the last hour.
I would say they voted this morning. I'd say they did their vote this morning and it was unanimous and they went on.
Yeah, I sorry about that. I didn't realize my phone was still on. Yeah, I would suppose that's probably not good news for Megan that this was this fast.
I wonder how they will if they will go through they'll have to go through every charge, correct? And guilty or not guilty.
Yes. Yeah, they'll have to go through every charge. This is so fast. I'm going to have to imagine that she's going to me, that would lean toward,
gosh, you know what though? It can also, you would think, but at the same time, they could just say there's just not enough evidence, or they don't have that one piece that they feel like they need. I don't know. I did watch an interview yesterday with the defense attorney after court, and he discussed that they said that they very seriously considered putting her on the stand, but because of the medical examiner and reports, the two different medical examiners, he said he felt that was enough that she did not need to take the stand.
Like I said yesterday, for me, if I were a juror, I needed to hear the story from her, whatever her version was, because they were just throwing everything at the wall, SIDS and Hunter and just all this kind of, what's your theory? What are you saying has happened? We've got the lady right here. I would have needed to hear it from her.
Right.
What
I found odd though, is that they did not play the audio from her admitting that saying they rolled over on her and that Hunter took her away and disposed of her. We didn't hear that at all, which I thought the defense should have brought that to light if they thought that was the storyline that people would believe.
Yeah. I think Mrs. E's about to join us here too.
Hello.
There she is.
I got my face on.
Wow, we got 77 folks in here already. That's amazing for a last second like this. We appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody.
I do want to say good morning to everyone real quick while we wait on this verdict. Kiki, Real Me Too, Diane Highland, I guess. Susan.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, here comes Megan.
Oh, by the way, thank you to Dreaming in Blue Sky and Castle for letting me know that this was happening, because I was just sitting around having my morning coffee.
I was trying, and you wouldn't answer my phone call.
Oh, I didn't know you called.
I called you right before, and I was trying to tell you.
Well, then why did you get in the car and go to Walmart?
Because I figured we weren't going live if you weren't answering the phone.
Okay, well, we're here,
look at
and
her
we're
little
happy you guys are here. Yes, that's a bow.
I think this is spot on, Real Me Too. I think the jury took a poll and all agreed. Then they went through all the charges and did the paperwork. So there wasn't a lot to debate. I think that's probably how it went. So I think it's bad news for Megan. Good news, I think, for justice for Evelyn.
Well, she's been in jail for 5 years, so she's gotten used to it. But she'll be going to federal prison if these charges are guilty.
Oh, yeah.
Tybay, we have a Discord as well. I need to put that back up for everybody. Middley actually created us a brand new Discord. That is gonna. It's a long story, but it keeps members in and people that aren't members out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so everybody's hopping on here kind of as you're coming in. Just want to let you know we did get the word that the verdict is in. So this is pretty quick. They basically did 2.5 hours of deliberation last night, maybe an hour or so this morning before they came to a decision. So it's our understanding that the judge does not want the foreman for the jury to read the verdict for his anonymity. So they're going to cut the mics during their reading. I think we'll probably get a pretty good feel just looking at them, how it's going. And then after the foreman reads, then the judge is going to read everything after that. So we'll kind of be able to see the reaction and get a feel, but we won't know if it's all 20 charges or how it's going officially until that point. Am I understanding that right?
I can see her maturity level, just changing subject, but she does look more mature now, for sure. But I think that they're going to keep the mics off for the entire thing, is what I thought. Not just when they read the verdict, but maybe I was wrong. Somebody else said it would be off the whole time, but I don't know why they would be there today if that was the case.
I think I got that from Court TV. I was reading their little ticker down there, and it said the judge was going to read it afterward.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm with Real Me Too. That doesn't make sense. Sorry,
it doesn't. Okay, here we go.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
All right. So sidebar.
Oh, sidebar. We don't want to mess with sidebar today.
Why? We can't hear anything anyway.
Yeah, but it could not be long. We want to be able to see the faces in real time. Court TV said they would turn it on and say it after. Okay.
Senior Canine Mom, I'm not sure who gifted you a membership, but welcome.
Nada did 5 yesterday, so maybe that's who did it.
Yeah. Well, awesome.
Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches says she feels like she could throw up on her shoes right now. Yeah,
I'm with you.
So yeah, it might be Nada Drama Nana. She gifted 5 yesterday, so if that was who gifted, that's who you could think. But we appreciate that. And Nada says no one would have believed that she took Hunter into that nasty trailer. Yeah, you're not impressing your date with that move, are you?
I think that Facebook message or whatever between them and him saying he hoped the baby was found safe, I think that kind of sealed her fate, because he had no reason to carry on some kind of false conversation with her to cover up anything. And I think he just got caught up in her web of lies.
Sidebar again.
I'm saying.
I say do it.
Let's say do it.
Say do it. It's our last chance for a while.
Yeah.
I think it's funny how she looked.
Okay, sorry. I had to do it.
She cut you off with it.
What I was saying though is I think it's funny that she looks actually her hair is brushed and she looks better today than she's looked the whole time. Wouldn't you think she'd want to make a better impression on the jury and look better?
You would think.
I mean, and so does the prosecution. They look all spiffed up today. Everybody looks spiffed up.
Maybe they're expecting interviews.
I'm sure.
But she has always had poor judgment, and that continues now.
Well, maybe that sidebar music kind of relieved everybody's anxiety a little bit.
Not mine. I'm still like, I want to know. I want to know.
I mean, I think we all have gotten so invested in this.
I know. I don't think she's walking away scot-free, however this plays out. She may not be found guilty on every charge, but the speedy return on the verdict is a good sign for the prosecution, I think.
Real me too. Auntie didn't come up with that. I did.
What?
Exactly, Aunt E. They're ready for the reporters. That was me.
Oh, yeah. It was you.
Gosh, real me too. I thought you loved me. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I kid. Oh my goodness.
What's everybody doing? Musical chairs, up and down, up and down.
I think the jury's coming in.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Oh, I hate that we can't hear.
Why can't we hear?
They've just cut the mics completely until this is over, I think.
You know I love you, real me too. It's showtime, Detective Mom says. It is. I'm nervous. I didn't think I would be, but I am.
Yeah, spooky wife Amy says Megan has never used common sense in her life.
And this lady's hair is going to block our view of Megan.
I don't know this one. Dr. John Matthias. Is it a YouTube channel? I don't know that
someone mentioned that to us yesterday, and I was going to tell you about it. Just haven't had time. She is going to block it.
We will too. We'll miss our little group here. Actually, we'll find another trial and sometime in the future to do.
We just can't do them all the time.
We do believe the jury is now in the room, and we have no sound, so we're going to have to rely a little bit on
see if these
reactions.
I want to wait. So I'm curious. So do you think the local news channel has it? The audio?
I'm going to
maybe. It can't hurt to check, but I bet he has told them all they must turn them off because you know how strict he's been this whole case about things. She looks like she might throw up.
That's kind of how I feel. Let's see. I'm just going to check because I would really like the audio. I don't know about you guys.
Well, they do send it as far as the charges go. They just have to decide if she's guilty or not, and then they decide sentencing. A lot of the sentencing will come from the judge, like the falsifying, the false reporting to the authorities. That's from the judge. I think the unaliving charge comes from the jury. I believe that's how he explained it yesterday. I think that's what it is, and then the rest of the charges are decided by the judge. Oh, we might have sound. And we did for a second.
I don't hear anything.
I think that's me. No, I'm looking at Law and Crime. They don't have sound either.
Try WJHL.
I did. They're not live.
Yeah, I'm sure the judges ordered it. So unless somebody's breaking the rules.
Yeah, they're not even live.
Well, she looks very nervous there, doesn't she?
Okay.
I'm trying to see if I can find it anywhere else.
Nobody has audio. It's not just us.
Judge says no audio. When jury reads it, it will be repeated after with audio.
Guidance says, how do you know, guidance?
Somebody's got a contact.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody's got someone in the courtroom.
I'll check it out. So, according to guidance here, she has been found guilty of first degree.
Trevor Lee posted first 3 verdicts. He must, I don't follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, I think there's a few YouTubers in the crowd. So they're texting out probably.
Let me see what I can find.
Yeah, I don't follow him.
I'll see if I can find him.
Yeah. So the big one, okay. So Polly Pepper is saying that she's found guilty on the first 7 charges. Mrs. E's looking up Trevor now to see if maybe he's posting on X or somewhere like that.
Can somebody email or text me that link if they have it? Because I can't find him.
Guidance says, oh, no, I'm sorry, wrong one. Facebook.
Oh, I'll try that.
Okay.
So first 7 charges, at least.
Oh, here we go. Guilty on all counts. He just posted it.
Yeah. So Trevor Lee says guilty on all counts.
Sorry, I closed it.
Something like, I'm in tears. This is justice.
Guilty on all counts, guys.
So that's according to Trevor Lee, but that seems to be lining up with everybody else too, and her reaction. So I think we can. Yeah. So we should get sound back here shortly.
Thank you, Guidance. I'll follow him right now because I did not follow him on Facebook. I don't really know a lot about him.
I went to where he says verdict is in, and I still don't see it.
You must be on the wrong one.
Well, he put verdict is in.
I'm looking at it right now. I can show it, but I will have to go away from the court. But I'm looking at it. It's guilty on all counts.
Yeah, Precious Lavender Buttons says, I have belief in the Tennessee system now.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, that's good to see, right? It's good because this was not an easy case. They didn't have they didn't really use geo-tracking at all.
We were not.
They didn't
ready
have
for
any.
this live.
They didn't really capture her at the site. It was a little tricky. It was a little tricky.
Wow.
And the defense put up a pretty good fight, actually.
Yes, he was, Diane. Diane said, Annie, the defense attorney was sure wrong in his interview yesterday. And yes, that video. If anybody's interested, I can send the link for it. I'll put the link in the chat. But he did say, he felt like that they made their case, and that she didn't testify based on the medical examiner accounts.
So I guess, she could, of course, try to appeal somehow. Any mistakes made in the trial, they could look at that maybe. But I don't know. I think it's over.
Mrs. E, people are wanting to watch that after all of this. I sent it to you yesterday? Could we watch that after we hear all this?
Sure. As long as you and Mr. E are okay with that.
Sure, we can hang out and do that.
Sure. Yeah.
We're here. We might as well.
Yeah. I did send that to you. So
I think it's sinking in finally.
Yeah. They may be giving her sentencing now.
I do not know.
But they don't choose the sentencing. The judge does.
What were the results of the poll? I don't know. I'm so bad at that. That's why I don't do polls.
This is a good day. I think several of us kind of in the back of our mind were wondering if this was going to go the Casey Anthony kind of route, because there were some similarities.
That woman. Oh, I can't even stand to look at her now.
But I think she needed to take the stand. Was the only chance.
No sentencing today.
Oh.
Okay.
Roll
Me Too says no sentencing today.
Man, I wish I was there.
Yeah, I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, he was. He was a little cocky.
Because my thinking is, all it takes is that one juror to have doubt, and you just don't know what the jury's like, and But the strongest argument he made was with the medical examiners. That's where he knew he had a chance. I And then that one lady just blew him up at the end of the testament, who was the final witness, which we didn't even realize that was going to be the last witness, because then the next day the defense just rested. And
I mean, that to me was so telling. Like
yeah.
I said, they didn't even show the video of her saying that it was a rollover and she was so cold and she wrapped her and held her all day. All of that, to me, if you were going to put anything out there, you would put that theory out there so that people would maybe have that little grain of doubt.
Yes.
And they didn't.
Right. And when we found out this morning, it was decided. I mean, they wouldn't have come back this early had there been a jury, and they would still all be back there. Yeah. If I think the only question was maybe if it would be all 20 charges. But I think with that quick turnaround, we had a pretty good idea she was going to be found guilty on at least most of it.
Yeah, I just didn't know if they were going to go down a little, not first degree.
Real Me Too says, thank gosh you talked with Ellie and did all those interviews. We could have had a different outcome otherwise.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah. Very big deal.
The cover up always gets you, is what they always say. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And her attempt to cover it up is very likely what did her in. If she had been.
I agree with Tybay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tybay says, I was shocked at the lack of things shown and said in court. They had 5 damn years. They could have done so much better. Yeah. But apparently they didn't need it.
Yeah. And Prickly Pear, I just discovered Hidden True Crime. That is a really great channel.
That was the one I was telling you about that I saw the recap on, that I thought she did such a succinct and well put together job. That was good.
Right.
Yeah, it was a good one.
She'll need a whole new booty board now.
Are they saying we have sound now?
I don't have sound. Make sure you don't have it muted. You do.
Stop.
We heard that.
Yeah, that was Blitz. He's well feisty this morning.
I'm guessing the jury just left, right?
Yep.
Murder. To judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 2, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 3, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 4, a judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 5, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 6, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 7, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess a fine, so there'll be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes.
Court stands in recess.
Wow, guys.
So,
Wow.
so we've got 15 minutes. I don't know what they're doing when they return. If they sounds like they're doing sentencing tomorrow, so I'm not sure what the wrap up will be, but we'll hang out for that, right? Anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I just.
So that's great.
Oh wow.
I mean, I had no doubt in my mind that she deserves what she's getting.
Real Me Too's ruthless today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's easy to forget in a way, but what she did to that little girl is so beyond
horrific.
It's just I don't want to discuss it again, but it's so terrible that yeah, we should be celebrating that this lady will have no opportunity to do that to anyone else or have children or anything.
She says that they're going to go over legal stuff.
Auntie, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I had me muted because the dogs were barking at another
Sure.
dog outside. But I think one thing that I think I played over in my mind is, could she have been working so many long hours at that chicken place that she just totally snapped? What precipitated it? Was it, just something that she just was upset, or that she really planned it out? I'm going to do this. I kind of feel like she didn't necessarily plan it out, but it happened. I don't know. That's just kind of the feeling I get about it, but I don't know.
You think it was a spontaneous, like she snapped kind of thing?
Like, I think she was working all those hours and she was exhausted. And then the baby probably did something that upset her and she kind of snapped and was just like, I'm getting rid of this once and for all type of thing.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, maybe so.
I mean, I'm not sure we're ever going to know the real story.
Right.
We'd have to hear it from her or someone she confided in.
Right.
But I don't think we're going to know.
Yeah. No justification for those actions. However, I think that could have played into it because she was trying to work so much to be around Hunter. And I think that's why she was working 16-hour days and, that kind of thing. And
CB was wanting to know what happened.
I think we had the audio off before, but yes, count one, all 20 charges. She's guilty. I didn't realize I had the court TV live muted. So we missed that first one, but yeah, all 20 counts. She's guilty. So now it'll be a matter of sentencing, which we're understanding will be tomorrow. Angel Wings is glad it's over, but sad to not be. Yeah, sad not to be spending every day of life with you. Yeah, we are too. We thought we were going to be in this for 2, 3, 4 weeks actually, and then so this is surprisingly fast. At Hen House says Evelyn has justice now. Castle says Megan had to hear the verdict twice, guilty. Yeah, I don't mind her hearing that twice either. Somebody else was saying that before. Hear it over and over.
I don't really understand why we know who the jury were. We know who they were. Why does it matter? Why did they not want that on the person reading it? I just think that's kind of weird.
I do too.
I mean, they're not even on camera, so we don't even know who these people are. Because more of it could come from the people in the courtroom that could say, well, this guy said this. I mean, that's the people that it really matters. Why didn't they make everyone leave but the jury and the defense and prosecution, if that was the case?
Yeah, it's almost like he was just kind of throwing his power around a little bit, just annoyed with the whole process,
Mm-hmm.
And he was annoyed with the media. He voiced that a few times. Threatening to held him in contempt for flashes and stuff like that, and showing a computer screen at one point. Precious Lavender Button says, I'm confused about where she was living since she said she didn't have anywhere to go, but wonder where this actually happened.
My belief is it happened in the trailer.
Oh yeah, her trailer on her dad's property.
Her trailer. Mm-hmm. No, not on her dad's property in that little trailer park that he had rented, got the trailer set up that was so nasty. I think it happened there. That's my belief anyway.
Yeah. So Rhonda just got in just in time to hear guilty on all charges. So a great day for justice. I guess what we're kind of hoping for is no parole for her. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I guess that would be maybe the big thing to. I mean, I think she's getting life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that. I don't see how she doesn't get a life sentence. Anything less would be completely shocking to me. I think the only question might be if she'll be allowed parole at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to hope not. I don't like my thinking is just if you're capable of what that medical examiner described, then there's no coming back. There's even if there were a chance for rehabilitation, it's not even worth the risk letting that person back into society to do that to another child. You know, that's what I feel about it.
I'm like, I don't even tweet, and I'm like, I can't help. I just keep wanting to write guilty on all charges. I can't help it.
Right. So, Nicey Marie says, in my opinion, Hunter didn't want to be tied down with Megan. She was trying to be around HW, and he didn't want the same relationship she wanted. My opinion. Only.
Rita said TV said they will be back for sentencing. So I don't know if that means in 15 minutes or.
That'd be great. 865 Picker, that we never got confirmation on who the father was, unfortunately. It might come out now.
And I guess it really doesn't matter now either.
Dog lovers guessing 40 to 50 years with no parole.
I have no idea. I hope he's harsh.
This is my hope too.
Well, they will probably count the time she's already served too toward that sentence.
Sure.
Oh my goodness. How exciting.
But you know what? She's 22. If she got 50 years, she'd be out at 72 years old. I mean, that's basically a life sentence in and of itself.
Of course.
Ty Babe, we're going to miss spending the days with you too. We were talking about this. Does anybody have any suggestions for any cases that are coming up that we might want to do again? I don't think we could do them every week because that would, we wouldn't get our work done and we would lose our income. You know, honestly, as much as we love spending time with you guys, we are really neglecting our jobs. So,
yes, Deanne, if you're just coming in, she was found guilty on all 20 charges. So they're taking a 15-minute break. And our understanding is when they come back, they might be doing sentencing.
And I want to be sleuthing something. Yes, he just answered your question.
This was Angel Wings says, the judge said another juror's name at 6 last night. Will this give any reason for concerns later on the verdict?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
He did give the names of those he dismissed. Those were the 3 alternates. He did say those names.
No, I didn't see. Diane,
I did see this actually last night. It's a 16-year-old girl that's been missing since I think it's February 7th.
Oh wow!
In Hendersonville, same town as Sebastian.
They're saying she's a runaway.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just saw.
I found it.
Oh, it is a runaway situation.
Yeah,
that's her.
Yeah.
I don't think the judge mentioned any names of jurors that were actually going to be voting. I think he just named the ones he was dismissing. Is that your all's understanding?
I'm sorry, Auntie. Could you repeat that?
Do you think it was my understanding the names he read off were the ones he was dismissing as alternates because they were not going to be needed. I don't think he named anyone that was on the actual jury that was part of the decision making.
Yes, I think it was the alternates. I think that's right.
Yes.
Are you seeing anything on this missing girl?
Just that she was a runaway. That I don't see. I'm looking. I'll tell you who came up was Trinity Bostick, and at first, and that was somebody we covered who was found over by the Costco in Hendersonville.
She was found pretty quickly.
Yes, and it was a ex-boyfriend that did that. I don't think he has been up on trial yet. I believe he is pleading guilty, so I don't think that's going to be anything that we'll cover.
So is this the, because I heard someone else talking about what Tina's saying here. Is she the one with a 40-year-old man supposedly? Because there's a pregnant girl, also 16 years old, that I heard I can't even think of who I heard talking about it. It might have been, I don't know. It might have been Brittany J or somewhere else. I'm not sure who I was hearing, but
Is
a 16-year-old pregnant girl that's with a 40-year-old man somewhere. But I don't know if it's
my
I don't know if
goodness.
it's the same girl or not.
I don't know.
I heard someone mention it on some other podcast, but I don't know if it's the same person.
You could show that little brief interview with the defense attorney that people were wanting to see if you have it.
Sure. Is it the one you texted me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll find it.
This was right after court yesterday with the defense attorney, and he did a good job in the interview. It's very brief.
I'll have to give me a minute.
Yeah, it might have been Justin. I heard that on then. That might be where I heard that. I kind of hop around and listen to a little bit of everybody here and there. Okay, so yeah, I guess it was Justin talking about the Clutch and Pearls is who we mean. Justin spoke on the 16-year-old heading towards Missouri, and she is also pregnant.
Is that the girl from Hendersonville? Or am I just wrong?
I think this is a different girl.
I'll tell you,
I guess it was on Nancy Grace as well, according to Kristen.
There is a case that Nancy Grace has covered, and I looked at it at the beginning. The little girl's been missing for about 4 months, and they said she walked into the woods. Have you heard this story?
I've heard that story.
And Nancy Grace was covering it as well, and Nancy Grace isn't buying it. So I found it very interesting. I'm gonna have to.
Oh my gosh!
What?
Reed want to be slew. It's not funny, but she said she had to back off because her son's principal called CPS and told them that my son is afraid he's going to get kidnapped because I follow true crime cases. I'm so upset. I've cried my eyes out. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
That is insane.
Why would they call CPS?
I mean, that's not what that's for.
No. That is not. That's something you call the parent and say, we have concerns that your son is scared. That is not a CPS thing. As a former administrator, I would never call CPS for something like that.
Yeah, that's not what that's for. That's an abuse of the system.
Right.
Really. So I'm sorry that happens, but hopefully that'll get dropped quickly.
Absolutely. That's what I would have done. I would have just said, I just want you to be aware so that you were more sensitive to what you were kind of shielding him from. But that's the way I would have handled it.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, my stars. That's crazy.
I would have called directly to the parent. That's crazy. And the fact that they didn't, that's ridiculous because that's where it came from.
Guidance. That is the case I'm talking about. Is Stephanie Dameron. And okay. I would love some help with that guidance. I'd love to work with you on that. I'm very interested in that case. I think there's something more to that. It's odd.
Well, we could do if you want to do that case, we could cover this one.
Yeah.
She's still missing, right?
Put out their news story as well just now on the verdict.
Okay, I'm going to pull this down so we can watch that quick interview, and then we will we'll come back to this, okay?
Yeah, this is almost more traumatic, like what you're saying here. Want to be sleuthing?
Wow.
Now he's scared CPS is going to come get him. I was taking my CPS as a kid. My kids know my story. Now he's afraid of that, right?
Oh.
See, they've made the situation worse.
Right.
Where they could have just made a phone call.
All right, I'm going to play this.
Alex, jurors have began deliberation in the murder trial of Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn. Those charges include first-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and we're at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating.
Yes, it was.
A little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges.
Yeah, we don't want to hear her. Okay.
Yes. But I thought it was interesting how he described her now as opposed to who she was prior. And also he brought up the video of her saying that, but yet he didn't use that as evidence, even though he brought it up saying, well, they dismissed that charge because they're not calling that a false reporting. I just thought all that was odd. Why would you not bring up the one piece that you think could exonerate her to a degree?
Hi, Tinks. I wanted to point this out. I saw Hen House say this, and I just appreciate that so much. Would you read that, Mr. E?
Please, Mr. and Mrs. E and Auntie, I love your channel because there is no drama on your channel, and I love this about your channel. You all are awesome, and I think you're very professional on this channel.
Aw,
Well, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I just saw that, and I wanted to mention it.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
865
That's the
picker.
goal.
That is the I can't speak. Stephanie Dameron case is the homesteaders. Yes, the people who lived off the grid. Mm-hmm.
This is in Maine. Is that where she was?
Yes, I believe so.
This is the one you were talking to me about a few months ago.
Yes,
she went into the woods maybe and disappeared.
Yes, there's
other weird stuff around.
There's just odd. I don't know. You know how you get a feeling about something? I just have a feeling about that one. Hi,
Hey.
Garrett.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, Garrett.
Yeah, I felt terrible about that yesterday. I was beating myself up pretty bad.
I think it's just someone that entered way late. They were just going on what they heard on the news and just bits and pieces, and they didn't know the case like we all that have watched it and watched it unfold and knew all the evidence. They were just misinformed.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
It was just.
Was I not beating myself up over it last night?
You were, but.
You shouldn't have been because they needed to be set straight.
No, you were fine. It was okay. I mean, she wasn't. I assume it was a she. It's like you walk into a room of people that are super knowledgeable on a topic because like our crew that's been here, we've been here every day watching the trial. Someone came in not knowing anything about the trial, anything about the evidence, and started saying things
Crazy
were facts
stuff
that were not facts, and everyone was kind of like, sorry you just got here, but this has all been proven. And it was kind of amusing.
I was
a
little unhinged because we have been like engulfed in this for days, and I was just a little unhinged.
It was frustrating to everybody that had been here because it's like, why don't you just go back at the beginning, watch day one of the trial, and then get back to us about this? Because they basically just believed what Megan had said on the news.
Yeah, from 2020 though, they were citing articles.
So I saw it on the news, so it had to be true.
No, we know that's not the case.
Yeah,
and then Dog Lover, I see your comment. It's very sweet of you. I appreciate that.
I missed the.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, thank you.
We
appreciate you being here.
typically don't talk about other creators on our channel, but that was very sweet of you to say. Very
let's see.
sweet. It means a lot.
And Castle, you mentioned, did I catch the lab after dark last night? I did, and it was very funny. He had some great stories he was telling about him falling asleep on a phone call with Chris McDonough.
His Chris McDonough impression is great.
It's spot on. That Chris McDonough impression is perfect.
Yeah.
But that story about him falling asleep and did you listen to?
I did. That's what I was listening to when I got all the flurry of messages.
I was too.
And Castle, I'm going to send you a way to contact me directly.
And Josh was telling this great story about because on the StreamYard you have like a backstage where before you go live we can see each other, and I guess he didn't realize his screen was on with Chris, and he said he was like double fisting corn dogs or whatever. He didn't realize Chris was seeing him. It was great. It was a very funny. Live After Dark is kind of where he lets loose and does a little more storytelling and funny stuff, and that was really good.
Yes, he is. He's a funny guy, and you know what? He's good people.
Oh yeah.
So if you haven't subscribed to the lab, I would highly recommend it.
Oh, I hear sound again.
Not that we're an influencer. He's got like, I don't know, 5 times more people than we have. But yeah. But we're not, but we love him.
Scott, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We need to bring the defendant in.
We're prepared for 2 witnesses right now. We have a witness still on the way.
What?
Far away, hopefully.
Well, the state will go first, and then
A witness?
I don't think it's going to help much.
What?
Thank you, Romy, too.
And do you notice that detective that testified has been there next to the defense the entire time? He must have been the lead investigator on the case.
Yes.
He was
Price, right? Was it
Yes.
Price?
Yeah, a little late for these witnesses, right? Should have done that yesterday.
I'll tell you, him giggling, he was giggling, want to be sleuthing something. He was giggling at another creator's mistake on their merchandising.
Yes.
And his giggle was the best. His laugh was hysterical. His laugh was making me laugh.
Yeah. Josh was on it last night. Very funny.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Eve.
So they are saying this is the sentencing phase. We don't know if that means they'll actually sentence or they'll describe. I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
If the jury's ready, we'll bring him in.
Hi, Deanne, Gracie. You guys welcome all in. We kind of got right to it. Tinks, Diane, Nicey Marie, all you guys welcome in.
I don't know.
Okay, the cat that made me scream no is about ready to make me scream no again. She's knocking everything off.
Oh, I didn't know you were cat sitting again. A dog
Can't
sitting.
you tell by my background?
I can now. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you might be right. They're going to bring in people for consideration of how harsh the sentence should be, like character witnesses.
Another sidebar.
Yeah, it looks like one to me.
Okay,
Well,
I got to step away for 1 second.
Okay, it's a sidebar. While we have a minute, I also want to tell everybody thank you so much for, helping us navigate our first case. This is the first time I've ever sat down and watched a court case live. And I know that we don't know everything because we haven't been doing this very long, but we appreciate your kindness and patience with us. And we appreciate you being here.
Sorry about that. I was yelling. I was yelling at the cat.
No way, Lolo.
And you didn't want to become a meme.
No way.
Oh my Lord.
How would anybody think she's innocent? My stars. And welcome in, Lolo. Nice to see you.
Roller Girl, I love the Murdaugh trial.
I'm sorry.
I think
You
you
can
should
do an opening statement if you'd like to.
Okay. No,
you should start like a fangirl club of Murdaugh trial.
Do you have an opening?
That's right. Justice
Okay.
for Evelyn.
Yeah, I don't know how you come to the conclusion that she's innocent.
Joanne, you are
Ladies and
wonderful.
gentlemen,
We love you.
Although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask you. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference if.
Hi, R.
Megan
Taylor. Good
Boswell
morning.
Life in prison. She'll be released when she is probably 69 years old. It'll be 8. She's been in jail. You probably realize she has been in jail since she was 18 years old. She went to jail February the 25th of 2020, and she hasn't been released. So with that said, if you give her a life sentence, it would be 51 years. That's what I'm asking you to do. If you give her a life without sentence, she will never be released from prison. That's the difference. So it'd be the difference between her being released at what I believe would be 69 to 70 years old or never being released.
Right.
In
That's
doing
what I
this
was thinking.
process, and Judge Goodwin will read you some very short jury instructions comparative to what you heard yesterday. You look at statutory aggravating factors and mitigating factors. In this case, the state will submit the age.
Good morning,
of the child
Hope Floats.
as the aggravating
Welcome.
factor. Our mitigating factors, we've listed several of those. They include no significant criminal history, her youth and age at the time the offense was committed. She was 17 when she had Evelyn. She was 18 when Evelyn died. You'll hear more about her unstable and chaotic home life. You'll hear from her mother, Angela Boswell. She's here today.
Wow.
Oh,
You'll hear from Angela about domestic violence that Megan witnessed between her parents.
well, that's why. There you go.
You'll hear from Angela about drug use that Megan.
She tried to blame it on her mother,
engaged in.
and she's there to speak for her.
You also hear about her schooling. It wasn't seamless, and how one of her primary role models was her grandfather, Tommy Boswell's father. He died when I think she was 11 or 12 years old. You'll hear that. And finally, you'll hear a little bit about her younger siblings, Elijah and Charlotte. Elijah has a disability that Megan has looked after him and tried to help
Hi,
take
back
care
on
of
track
him.
with Kat.
And then you're also feel free to look at any other thing you've heard in the proof and making that decision as far as mitigating factor. Anything else you've heard in all the proof from any of the witnesses, and also you'll probably hear from Gail Kite. You've heard from her
You're
once
right,
before.
dreaming.
You'll hear a little bit more
You're
Barbara.
right.
about the shape Megan was in when she came into her home.
And
you'll hear from we expect
I don't know,
to call Mary Boswell.
but you're right.
She is Megan's grandmother. I think most of you recognize the name Mommy at this point. You'll hear from her.
Mommy's
what
coming?
She witnessed in her participation in raising Megan.
I've been wanting to see what Mommy
It's a
looks
hard
like.
decision. It's not a light decision. You made a hard decision already. And it's my hope that after you see this, you will come to the conclusion that maybe at 69 years old, it would be fair for her to be released from prison.
All right. General proof.
Yes, Judge. This time the state will produce a copy of birth certificate of Evelyn Boswell.
All right. That'll be exhibit 262. You want to keep the exhibits in sequential
You're muted, Auntie.
numbers. But I've
I
started
wonder
a
why
new
they need
sheet
that.
for the sentencing part.
I don't know.
It'll be
Wow.
exhibit 262.
That's another way of looking at it. Yes, the mother's love is unconditional, but I would have to stand up on Evelyn's behalf. Just saying.
That's your grandbaby.
I mean, that's also your lineage too, and yeah, I get that too.
I just want,
You need the proof, Jim?
I'll say something in a second.
Mr. Scott?
Here's we call Angel Boswell.
Here we go.
Angel Boswell.
Oh, I should have known by the bark where you are.
Yeah, those animals are wild over there.
You see why they need a dog sitter.
Auntie's son's dogs are all rescues, and they have problems.
They are
I-
special needs.
They really do.
I would probably be there for my child too.
We might get a divorce then.
I think I would. Yeah, I think I would be there for my child. Even
Raise your right hand.
even if they did something terrible, I would
State your name
still.
for me. You solemnly swear affirm.
You're still your
testimony about
kid.
Be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, man.
She's
I don't
probably
know.
young
It's
herself.
hard. It's
If
hard.
you'll pull the microphone down and talk straight into that microphone. Actually, you know what? I need to switch these.
And she's had 4 years, 5 years to forgive her and understand it and come to terms with it and all
That's
that.
true. That's true. That's true.
And maybe knows the real story of why she did it, the way she, or believes whatever story she told. I don't know.
What are they doing?
Hi, reserved. Welcome. Oh, that makes me sad.
I know.
What is going on with this microphone?
I don't know, but it's noisy. I think he wants that microphone for them to testify, but they look exactly identical.
Maybe one works better than the other. Have we talked about the impressive head of hair on this bailiff?
He does have some major thick hair.
He's got some thick hair.
Even if she gets the 51 years or whatever.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Mute that for a second. Oh my stars.
Mute up here.
I couldn't make it stop. You have to. Oh wait, now it's over. Sorry. Well, now it's over. That was awful.
Even if she gets 51 years, that is essentially your life. I mean, if she gets out of prison at 69 years old, it's not like at that point she's really any threat to society.
Hey, Granny
Yeah.
has a big time.
Granny's still tearing it up.
Granny
Causing trouble.
Granny is still causing trouble on these streets. Our
Ma'am,
Granny,
state your name for the record.
our mom.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother.
I am.
Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today.
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any
No, sir.
aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
Oh, wow.
Speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July.
Okay, and who is that child?
Tommy Jr.
And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
Strife
strife.
is what it brings, yes. Nonstop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood
Yeah.
growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
Now she, due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah.
So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
You're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
It's Maggie is at her core. She is a generous, kind person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did. That was not it. That was not the case with them.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for a mother?
No, she did not.
Answer any of Miss Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
Sad.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
You can tell that's upsetting to her. It would be me too.
Yes. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. We'd appreciate it.
Conviction of Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I'd ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think she'll ever admit that she did it.
Thank you, Tinks.
Mr. Scott?
Yeah.
I want to enter case number 61078.
That's right, Nada.
Exhibit 263.
Misinformation. Welcome in.
Counts in the same case. So I'll make that a collective 263.
What is that case number, Your Honor?
62497.
And her mother might have been a bad role model, but she didn't kill anyone.
I mean, if you were a mom in this situation, you would blame yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
I blame myself for everything.
The first page is 263, case 61078, and case 62497. Those 3 pages.
I think you saw more emotion out of her when her mom testified than any time in the trial.
Yeah.
Your Honor, defense would call Gail Kite.
You're right, Roller Girl. It is sad. It is so. It's so sad.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'll have her spell it.
I think that Tybay. I think that Angela would have been a liability to defense because they lied about her. Megan lied about her so many times.
Well, I mean, she shows some signs of not being clean
right
now. So, our audience is picking up on it too. I mean, there's certain tics and movements and things that you see on her.
Diane had a question for you.
Mr. E, do you think they will try to appeal at some point because of the medical examiner's last words, parting shots that they tried to strike?
Oh, I think they'll try to appeal.
I think they're going to try to appeal, unless this attorney's just done. But I won't be surprised.
I'm surprised that she's speaking as a character witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it Kyte?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as a state's witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back for this part of it.
Is this so mommy?
That.
This is Gail Kite, the foster.
How long have you been working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice. Impossible to even get a comb through.
Thank you, HM.
Okay. Well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care, you're given background or information of where this child is coming from. Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Did it give you any background or any information about her family background or makeup?
Not really.
Okay. Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help Megan?
Well, I took her to a beauty shop because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was horrible. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair.
Good morning, reality.
And they said that they couldn't do it. Finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad.
Wow.
I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor.
Oh,
we
my
got
gosh.
2 bottles of that.
They shouldn't have been putting it on a pregnant person.
The comb that you run through
No.
that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice, and she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding. Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. But it was a rough time for her, very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
She was pregnant.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And and you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mama was in and out of jail, and I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma.
Can you pause it
If a
and
test
catch
didn't go
everybody up that
right,
just got
she was
here?
on the phone the next day with the counselor.
Catch everybody up that's just joining.
So yeah, if you are, I know several of you are joining late. So they came back with the verdict this morning. Megan was found guilty on all 20 counts. And she, right now they took a 15-minute break, came back, and now they're doing kind of character witnesses and consideration for what type of sentence she'll get. She's looking at, for the first degree charge, either 51 years in prison plus time with time served, releasing her at the age of around 69, or life. And so her mother has already testified. Now the foster mom, I think we're getting one other person, maybe the grandmother. And that's where we're at. So
and welcome in Yaya and Reality and
sorry,
the dog.
Crime Dogs are going.
The Crime Dogs are going today, guys.
So we're hearing from the foster mother right now, but that's pretty much it. So the
Misinformation, welcome in.
This trial, if you're late to this whole trial and everything, this whole thing went way faster than we thought. It ended after just a week. The defense didn't put up any defense at all. No witnesses of any kind. They rested right away, and so this has gone much faster than we anticipated.
And Chase, welcome in, and Shirley H. Everybody's here.
Yeah.
You know, I'm surprised they didn't bring more of this testimony into the defense, because it would have given them some sympathy for her.
It would have softened it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, why was this not, as a defense attorney, why would you not question? She was brought in by the prosecution, so he had every right to question her during his cross-examination, and he could have brought all this out at that point.
Hi, Brown Eyed Girls. Welcome in.
It's like hi, Brown Eyed Girls. Yes, it's like he put in all of his chips on the medical examiner and just thought that was going to be enough to do it, and he lost.
Yeah, he messed up.
I think so.
I think
especially hearing this.
Yeah, the defense was not, tinfoil hats and all that stuff was not a good enough defense.
Right. All right.
So
good morning, Jennifer Gilly. Yeah, start it back up.
Getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
She ever caused you any problems, disciplinary wise or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
She did.
Did she seem to be progressing and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
She very much so.
And she was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep. We'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Yeah, you can
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about
Thank you,
becoming a mother?
Tinks.
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister, Charlotte, and her brother, Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn
Thank
at
you
the
for looking
house.
out for
You
us,
know, she
Castle.
knew how to
Thank
heat
you, Cassie.
bottles. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do
That's a
those
good point,
things?
dog lover.
No, me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night. Megan would take care of her very well.
And I asked you, and I want to clarify that if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to pause
you were
this and
involved-
explain?
Through the whole process, really.
She was found guilty. That was one of her charges.
No,
Glenda.
no. Glenda is saying, why is Hunter not?
Oh, he.
Right. Read the
Uh,
first one up here. Glenda Pounds.
I believe Megan is guilty of most of this, but I don't understand why others haven't been charged with withholding evidence and if Hunter disposed of Evelyn. We don't think Hunter was involved because
At all.
They presented some texts from December that showed that Megan was deceiving Hunter about where Evelyn was. So it was clear in those text messages that Hunter did not know the truth, that Evelyn was telling Hunter the false story that Evelyn was with the presumed real father, who wasn't Ethan, that guy in the military. So that text messaging exonerated Hunter.
And yeah, there's no proof whatsoever that Hunter was involved. I mean, none.
No.
So, and the defense had their opportunity to present that, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't.
They
They
tried to
didn't
not
have any DNA evidence because they found male DNA on the gloves, but that also could have been the guy that cleaned out the trailer, and he could have disposed of the gloves in the garbage can in the garbage, and that's where those gloves came from.
Right.
But they didn't even have enough DNA to test. They just knew that a male at one time had touched the gloves.
Right. And yeah, so at this point, I don't think anyone other than the defense attorney is trying to suggest that Hunter had any involvement.
Right.
He fought very hard to try to have those texts not admitted as evidence and lost. And but he still kind of hung on to the Hunter defense. So, but no, I think that's why he's not being charged. I don't think he was involved. There may have been someone else, but I don't think Hunter was.
Mama Mac. Yes, I'm kind of in that category with you. So
Yeah,
that's okay, Glenda. Welcome in. We appreciate you being here. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, well, we thought Hunter may have been involved too until we saw that yesterday. We didn't know. I thought him going into the mental institution kind of seemed like fortunate timing, like too fortunate, 2 months before the trial. So it made me suspicious of him. I think most of us were until we saw the text messages. Then once we saw that, then we all kind of realized, oh, okay, she did do this alone, or at least not with Hunter. I mean, that's kind of how we all feel.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. I mean, I went into this thinking Hunter was involved, and they proved to me he wasn't.
Yeah, or at least kind of knew what happened or something. But
Good morning, Baba. Oh, Baba, you missed out. Tell Baba the good news.
Oh, Baba Rose. So we got an early verdict this morning, a couple hours ago now. She's found guilty on all 20 charges, and they took a break, and now they are considering sentencing. And these are character witnesses to help Megan. So we've heard from her mother, who looks like she still has some issues. And now we are hearing from the foster mother, all trying to do the sympathy thing about her tough upbringing. How much of it, if that makes a difference or not, we don't know. It'll be the difference between her either spending 50 years in prison or life. So she's going away for a very long time, no matter how it shakes out. It's just a matter of if she'll have a chance to ever be free again.
Right. And Baba, we're glad you're here with us. Yes. Baba's been here the whole time, so I'm happy that you got to hear it from us.
Yeah. So it may have been as it was said. So Deanna says he went into the hospital after he found out she hurt baby Evelyn. It made him mentally ill, insane, possible. It may have been like a triggering event, and he was accused by the public.
Mm-hmm.
Like
for sure.
His restaurant was flooded and went out of business.
I have to tell you, I didn't believe him. You know, when I first saw the interview, I was like, okay, that's weird. but I did, going into this, I believed he was involved big time. And they most certainly proved to me that he wasn't.
Maybe what happened to Hunter can be a cautionary tale for other true crime people to not go real life on people. And when you don't know who's innocent or not, go and destroy people's lives, their businesses, put them in mental institutions with false accusations. Maybe it should be a lesson to everyone to be more cautious about that. We can all have our opinions, but going and trying to destroy lives,
right?
Because this kid or young man, he's suffered for this, and he
just from dating a girl.
By all appearances, from this trial, he's a completely innocent man.
Right. Oh, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Yes, we did get a verdict. Guilty on all counts.
Yes. So first degree and all 20 charges. So she is looks like a minimum of 51 years in prison to life. That's what they're considering at this point. We're at the sentencing phase. So
in reality, we know that you've been victim to a lot of this, and I understand.
Diane had a question for us that I had up just a second ago. She just wanted to know, do we feel that the prosecution seemed improperly prepared and bumbling after 5 years? What are our thoughts?
I thought it would have been more put together, but they obviously did the job.
There were moments I was impressed and moments where I was not. Their closing day was great. Was maybe their best day.
I think so too. By far the best day for both of them.
Yes, that lady who most people criticize, we did too. She seemed kind of scattered and frazzled. That's kind of how she was just antsy, whatever. But she was really good on her closing argument. And then the other attorney, when he did the final argument, it was like, man, this guy's practiced this for years.
Yeah,
good morning,
it was
Ang.
that good.
It was well
Good morning,
done.
welcome.
Good morning, Ang.
And what we're listening to now are the character witnesses, so that they will kind of impact what the sentencing may be. This is the foster mom, Gail Kite, and she's kind of telling about what Megan was like while she lived with her.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There's a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How did she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes.
Okay. And did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We texted back and forth it wasn't a daily time, but I want to say once a month, couple times, sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had needed some help and even though she had was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, She wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital, and she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
I imagine over this time, Ms. Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said you agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. Your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. You think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious why we're here today. You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think she can become a functioning citizen.
Bless her heart,
Scott,
right?
I thank you again.
That's
You will
sad.
answer the questions that the state has for you.
Nothing from the state judge.
I know.
Well,
it's
she was
hard
a good witness for her.
She
I
was.
think.
Mary Boswell.
I think she was very honest in her testimony from the prosecution too. I thought she did a good job.
Yeah.
And I think she's honest, and she knows she knows that what happened, and that she knows she is guilty, but she feels that she's a victim of, like I had said, she's a victim of what her past. But she didn't see her parents do that to anyone. I think she snapped. I think it was a snapping situation where she just couldn't deal with life anymore, and she just snapped. See, this is harder on Megan than anything during the trial. Hearing these people talk about her.
Sure. I mean, she's facing people, you know, her world, the people that loved her and tried to help her, or tried and failed, or whatever. Even with her mother, I'm sure. You know, you got to face your people.
It makes you wonder if the pregnancy was not the result of what the foster mom discussed.
I think Eve Loves God said that earlier, and I hadn't thought of it like that, but
it very well could be. And that may be why we didn't hear who the father was.
Right. Because you'd be kind of making an accusation.
There's Oh Mommy.
Yes. So this is, if you heard her refer to Oh Mommy several times in those press interviews and the interrogations, this is Megan's grandmother. So the great grandmother.
Tommy's mother. Yes.
Yes. Her father's mother.
Yes, sir.
Diane, I don't think she ever did throw the foster mom under the bus for anything.
No, that'd be one of the few.
Ms. Boswell,
Mm-hmm.
I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're here today because the jury's trying to decide how long Megan will have to stay in prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Sir,
How do you know Megan?
she's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And Obviously, you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life, I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on, not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that in part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir?
Was that because her parents were having
No,
problems?
she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we keep her a lot.
Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir.
Okay.
We pick her up and keep her
That's
until
a
she
lie.
want to go back and like that, off and on.
That's a lie.
And have you always lived down there on the
What?
same property Tommy
missed
lives on? Or?
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something.
What was the lie?
She said that she had no knowledge of any violence going on in Angela and Tommy's home. That she
Oh,
and that Megan only lived with her because she loved him. And and we know right now we know where it comes from, because there's your liar.
you're being really hard on oh mommy.
She's told 2 lies already, and she's been on the stand 30 seconds.
Enabling, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
She's an enabler.
You
Yep.
need to get poor old mommy. You need to give her a break.
Nope. No. Oh, mommy's got. She's probably plays as much a part of this.
You know
as
what?
anybody.
I know Granny's listening. Granny, put in chat. You want to give oh mommy the some slack, or you gonna give oh mommy a thumbs down?
Well, look, you go up there, you're supposed to be a character witness, and you're saying things that the jury's
aren't
not
true.
buying. You're actually not helping her.
She's lying. She's lying, and she has to testify that she's telling the truth. And she's
Rosebud.
lying.
Good morning, Rosebud.
And you're right, Erica. We found the origin. She's the liar. There's where she gets her. And who raised her the most?
Right.
Oh, mommy. There
Right.
you go.
There's all this dysfunction. It's not an excuse, but it created the environment, right?
I don't know. I built oh mommy up in my head. Sorry.
I did too. I expected a mommy to be more like the foster mom.
I did
Nope.
too.
The foster mom was the best person in her life.
Yeah, I thought it would be that kind of person, but it's not. Well, we're being judgmental quickly.
Hey,
I'm like one sentence.
when you tell 2 lies in 20 seconds,
Yeah, you're right.
I haven't heard from Granny.
All right.
Don't text me, Granny. Put it in chat. Oh, Middley is here sick. We got to tell him real quick. Tell him.
Guilty on all 20 counts.
He's laughing.
So they're doing the sentencing phase now. All right, so we'll start this back up.
Like that.
She lived there almost all Megan's life.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
And you're aware.
OG, oh mommy.
You told me, I think one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband.
Sir.
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models.
Yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
Okay. When did he pass, man?
11 years,
Well, me
11
too.
and a half years ago. It's going to be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was.
No
I
slack from
guess,
Real Me Too
what,
Day.
Maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
And
Yes, Rosebud. That's
are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like I hope they don't give her the sentence like that. I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Miss Boswell. Thanks for any Mr. Harper, Miss Master.
get her off the stand quick, buddy.
Granny still hasn't chatted. I think Granny may not be aware that we're on.
No, I told her. I sent her the link.
Back on track with Kat says, "Oh, mommy is an oh liar." I agree with you. Oh, hilarious.
Get her off the stand quick. That's exactly what they did, because she lied. I mean, she loves her granddaughter, but they're mountain people. They're defenders. They're gonna stick up for their own.
Yeah, who is it that said it? Rosebud Mountain. That's exactly what this is. We all know people like this.
Yes, we do.
Where
we are very familiar with this.
These rural areas, they protect their own outsiders, and they're yeah.
Oh, mommy's moving slow. Okay, we got a
sidebar.
Oh, Real quick though, on the sidebar, tell good morning, Sarah. Someone just asked what's going on. Jessica asked what's going on.
Okay, here we go. Wait a minute.
What's going on?
They're doing character witnesses.
Oh, this is the sentencing phase. So they're character witnesses for consideration on whether she gets life without parole.
If you want to do it,
it's too late.
No, wait, they're saying something. Hang on.
Oh, thank you, Baba. I had to put my face on quick.
Seated. Thank you. Approach. Megan, we've talked about this before. You understand you have a right not to testify.
Yes.
No one could force you to testify.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't think about her speaking for herself. So that's what they're about to consider, right?
I bet she doesn't.
We'll start this over since we didn't have the microphone up. Megan, you understand you have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, the jury may not draw any inferences from that failure to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Likewise, you have a right to testify. No one could keep you from testifying if you wanted to.
Yes.
After consulting with me, Mr. Ford, and talking about your case and hearing what's happened here in court and all the evidence, do you wish to testify or not?
No.
You do not wish to testify?
I do not wish to testify.
And Ms. Boswell, you're still under oath from yesterday or the day before. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, that's the smart thing. You don't want to, if you're going to
Bring the
appeal.
jury in. One thing that I forgot to do yesterday was when we excused the alternates, I took the contents of one of their books and the cover page, and I gave that to the court reporter, and that would be designated as Exhibit A, the letter A, for identification only, so that it's part of the record as to what those notebooks were that they took back. All right.
And Hope, I'm so sorry that you lost your grandson.
That's a nightmare. I'm so sorry that happened.
What are they doing now? Do we know?
I'm not sure what's coming after this.
I have to say this.
I guess the prosecution gets. Yeah.
I have to say this. If you've met the real Me Too in real life, she is the most sweet, compassionate, caring person you will ever meet.
Yeah.
And this is cracking me up.
Because she's coming in hard.
She's coming in hard today. I mean, she is just the kindest person. It's just cracking me up.
And
so,
is this a sidebar?
That
looks like a sidebar.
That looks like a sidebar.
Oh, I don't know. So they're having technical difficulties. Somebody just put in the chat that they're having technical difficulties on both law and crime and court TV.
Judge, stay with him.
Are you doing that?
No,
that's them.
That's them right now?
Yeah, I think they're having issues.
Yeah, Mrs. E made the sidebar video because as we were doing this trial, there were so many sidebars. I was like, well, let's do a video to fill the time there.
Well, you know what I think about these technical difficulties.
See, it's like they're fast forwarding or something.
That's what I think about those.
Angel Wing says, I pray to God that all the jurors remember seeing all the pictures of how Evelyn was found and what she looked like. Megan made the choice. Yeah, and they said there were two pictures I guess they would not show.
They were so horrific, right?
Because they were afraid it would be too prejudicial, which makes you wonder how bad was that and compared to.
Yeah.
Because if you heard the medical examiner, the way the body was treated was ridiculous.
Izzy girl, welcome in.
Says, I think they're still.
Oh, they showed a couple of the jurors and trying to get it edited out. That makes sense.
Contempt of court for court TV.
But they said both of them were doing that.
Yeah, that's.
What do you think? Welcome in Sarah's oh, we both clicked it. Welcome in Sarah's suspicions. You do the crime, you do the time. I think she should get life without parole. I think that's probably the consensus. We could do the a poll on a sentencing poll.
Sure.
Do we want to do life with no parole?
I'm so bad about stopping the polls and knowing the results. So just FYI.
I think that's where our audience is leaning, but I'm kind of curious if there's people that think that the 50 years.
Okay, so what's your question? I'll put it in.
What do you something like what do you think the sentencing should be? Life without parole or 51 years with a chance or something, I don't know, with parole.
Life without parole.
Mm-hmm.
Or
50 years with parole. Because that's pretty much the choice they're making. And I guess the other convictions, the other 19 convictions, they don't stack. I guess it just all runs concurrently, whatever.
I think they can stack. That most of those ones were fines. All of the false reporting, all of that were not criminal. I don't want to say they were criminal, but they were not offenses that were going to play into the sentencing. They could have been fines, and they chose not to issue fines.
Okay.
Cad Mom says, I'm sorry to take the focus from this precious baby who lost her life, but can I just say that my first grandbaby made his appearance yesterday at 6:57 p.m. and it took 3 days of fighting to bring him out. Well,
that's awesome.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Very good. 3 days.
Oh, I can't imagine.
We were all C-sections.
We were lucky.
So we were in and out.
It's because I had gigantic babies. Gigantic babies.
Yes, she did. Mine were normal size.
We did.
And I had them normally.
I always wondered if I missed out on something by having C-sections.
The boys were all over 10 pounds and our daughter was like 9.
Granny. Wait. Big E was 10 pounds, 6 ounces. Middle E was 10 pounds, 12 ounces. Yeah. And little E was our runt at 9 pounds, 5 ounces.
And you know why Granny is not replying?
Why? She's behind.
She's behind. She didn't know how to fast forward it to real time.
Don't pick on our mom.
Well, I guess can we skip ahead to technical difficulties? Because we're behind a few minutes, aren't we? Or are we caught up?
We can scoot it up. Just be
careful. Because I don't know if they're.
I don't know if we can.
He was 9 pounds, 3 ounces.
Oh, so that's a big baby.
Apparently,
when you have one that big, it's like having a 3-month-old, like right away.
Well, apparently, I guess my hips or something. There was a reason I was too small.
And you never went into labor at all.
I never went into labor with any of them.
Okay, so we are caught up. So they're still having these technical difficulties.
Law and Crime's the same thing. I've got it up on my phone just so I can check to see if it's better, and they're showing problems with it as well. It's just black screen. It says live view.
That little face, right? I mean, those cheeks are. I mean, she was just a beautiful little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, Angel Wing said 4 pounds. I wouldn't even know what to do.
Ours were so big, they were making jokes. Was it the first one? Yes. With Big E, when we were coming through, they were rolling me back to the room, and they said my name, and they said, Mrs. E, kindergarten called and would like to know when your child will be starting next week. Something like that.
Just for anybody that likes the politics. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is officially confirmed as the new
Oh my
Ooh.
goodness.
jury by the Senate. So
What a great day.
Man, that took forever because they did his thing like 2 weeks ago.
yeah,
But that's great.
He just passed the Senate.
Judge has ordered
It's the
cameras
most exciting
off.
part about the cabinet to me is RFK. So I'm
What?
thrilled he's in there.
Funny face, Brenda, welcome in. What?
I'm seeing that also on this chat with Law and Crime, that the judge said they got a picture of one of the jurors and they ordered the cameras off.
Like forever?
I don't know how they know that, unless they could have people watching it.
I'm sure they have a
do.
reporter on.
I'm gonna watch. I'll keep an eye on Trevor's feed.
Yeah, because Trevor Lee, some of you know him as a YouTuber.
And they're talking about that he named one of the jurors' last names. The only names we heard were the ones that were the alternates that they dismissed, and that really is irrelevant. I mean, you could say their name, but it doesn't matter. They didn't make it. They didn't have any part in the decision making.
So you had twins that were 3 pounds.
He has a court clerk watching it, they said.
Castle, the reason it does that is it's because it's StreamYard. StreamYard does not put the emojis up some of the times. I don't really understand it. I've been looking at other streaming platforms and I can't quite find one that'll work for us. And as you guys know, I just taught Mr. E how to use this yesterday. So that would be a whole nother thing.
Okay, someone said the judge spoke about them by name, first and last. He used the 3 alternates' names first and last, then used the missing juror's name too. So he did say someone's name. Only one person.
Oh, hi, Mohawk Mom. Welcome in. All the friends are here.
Okay, so several people are confirming this. So I guess they did mention the missing one.
Yes. The cameraman didn't do it on purpose. They said that the deputy was blocking the view, but when he moved, they're just saying that the jurors are supposed to be anonymous during the.
Well, of course. And they need to be protected, right?
This is a made-for-TV movie. I expect book deals and movies and everything from this. Possibly. I don't know.
A childhood friendship that turned into a feud and ended with shots fired.
Now, a famous rapper and Rihanna's significant.
So did they just go off?
I don't know. I'll take them off stage, right? Because I can do that, right?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. Here, I'll pull down that other thing too.
Law and Crime is still black.
And we'll keep an eye on it down there in the corner.
I can go over to Law and Crime instead.
It's just a black screen. If you want to, it looks like that.
Well, we might know what's going on more.
Shut off. They may have been the guilty culprits.
Let's see.
A judge ordered cameras off for the remainder of the sentencing phase.
Well, I think that we'll stay on here though, right? Because we'll get to hear.
Yeah, I think we should hang out a bit.
We should hang out a bit, I think.
Unless we get the idea that they're calling it a day for some reason. But we'll pay attention to the social media.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Law and Crime here in the back.
Under Law and Crime just said the jury was shown. This is a local station running the camera, and we had no control over what was shown. That's it for cameras in this case. So we're done with the cameras.
Dang.
Okay. It's a pool camera. All feeds are used. Court TV went off.
And that was one of their moderators that put that up just now, or their administrators. They had the wrench. So, and then Law and Crime just put up cameras have been pulled from the courtroom per judge's orders. Thank you for watching, and you'll be redirected to another trial. So we are done.
We could replay the verdict if anyone wants to, because I know a lot of you have joined late. We could go back and
yeah, let's do it while we're waiting.
I'll find it.
That would be probably good for those.
I know, reality. That stinks.
Oh, I've got to go find.
He's warned them for days.
Yes, and they said it was the local station that did it. It wasn't Law and Crime. It wasn't Court TV.
Yeah, go back to the verdict. A lot of people joined late. They're all saying they'd love to see.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Blessings had the repairman there, so she said she didn't get to see any of it.
We want to. Do we want to see? Because what they did, they read it.
The jury read it,
so we could see her. They read it. They read it with the sound off first, like the jury read it, but we couldn't hear it, so we could see her reaction as she's hearing it, but we won't hear the verdict being read. And then after that, the judge goes back through again and reads the verdict. Do we want to kind of see her reaction before, like as she heard it? We could do that.
Yeah.
Bye, Rosebud. Have a good day.
So
have a good day, Rosebud.
At this point, the jury had just entered the courtroom, and then the camera zoom in on Megan during this whole point. You'll be able to tell when she's getting the news. And a lot of us mentioned that she looked more presentable or something today than maybe any other day.
Her hair is brushed.
I agree, Mama Bear.
Yeah, I think right there is when they told her, look.
Yeah, she's about to hear it. I don't understand how, if it was a middle-aged man that did this to the majority of people would be leaning to life in prison without parole. A child's own mother should get the same sentence.
Hi, PJ.
There might be some truth to that. There might be more sympathy towards women in this situation than men. I don't know.
Precious Lavender Buttons. They did do interviews yesterday. The defense attorney did. So hopefully we will get some interview footage that we can share. We may not be able to share it today because it might be quite a bit later on, but they did do it yesterday. I expect them to do it today.
Yeah. Okay, she just got it there. You can tell. She just heard the first one. So the jury's reading through all 20 of those, and they started with that first degree. So she knows it's bad there.
I'm like what someone else said, though. I still can't help feel sorry for her. I know what she did was horrible and horrific, but I still, it's like, I feel sad for her. Sad for her.
Sorry, Bliss Blessings. That stinks.
I'm actually kind of that way. It's hard for me, even when people deserve it, it's hard for me to watch people suffer. Even when they deserve it. I don't enjoy it. It's still hard for me to watch.
The problem for me on this part of it is that she's crying for herself. She's not crying for her baby. That bothers me.
Oh, I think she's very likely a sociopath or something along those lines.
Well, we all know that I'm the first one to cry in any situation here. Mm-hmm. And if I'm not crying, that says a lot. I'm just saying.
Tybay Lux said she emailed you.
Okay.
I would like to see an interview from Megan, but Megan.
Tybay sent me the picture. Yes, you absolutely can see the jury.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
At least 3
of them. Send it to me.
No, I mean like that. I'm just kidding. I'll forward it to you.
So now people will be trying to contact them.
Do you want it? I'm going to send it to your private email because I do not remember your other one.
Okay.
So
I'm going to turn
I just sent it.
I've got the sound on that courtroom. So whenever they cut those mics back on, it might be surprising. But because eventually the judge comes on and reads the guilty verdicts again.
Tybay, thank you so much. That was so sweet of you to send that. I appreciate it. And Glenda lives locally.
Yeah. So I'm sure you've been following this since day one. Sometimes locals have insight on these things that we do not. Is there anything anything we're not picking up?
Oh, yeah, you absolutely can.
Belinda McLean, welcome in. And I agree. This case was hard for all involved. So many hurt by Megan. Yeah. We were talking about this, how many lives were ruined because of this.
Yeah.
It is sad. It's just so sad. It's sad all the way around.
I mean, I don't feel sad for her in the sense that if she gets the rest of her life in prison, or even if they'd given her the penalty, the ultimate penalty, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. It's just hard for me to watch. Gina?
Yes.
Gina Stevens says, hello, everyone. My question is, why isn't old Sparky being brought back into cases where it concerns our innocent little children? I'm sorry if people don't agree with me. They didn't ask to be born. Our understanding was that it's her first criminal offense of any kind, and that was a factor, as well as her age. That was the biggest factor. And then I think also the family members were hoping for not the death penalty either. I don't know if that played a part or not, but I think it's more what I said at the first, that it's her age and first offense.
Yeah, Henhouse said, do you feel sad when a guy did what she did? It's the same thing. I'm sorry, but I don't feel for Megan at all. She has lied, and the only reason why she's crying is for herself. And I get that.
Agree.
I get that. But I just hate that, now you've got 2 lives that are basically ruined and gone forever.
Well, the tables have turned, Aunt E. Now I'm cold as ice.
No, I get it. I get it. I just feel like she was a victim in a lot of ways as well. And I don't feel sorry for her and what she has to do. I think she deserves everything she's getting. I think she deserves everything she's getting. And hopefully through the prison system, maybe she can go to school. I know they let them do online classes and college and all kinds of stuff. So maybe she can turn her life around. I'll tell you who did that. The Menendez boys. They have done throughout their careers and lives of being imprisoned. They have done some great things in the prison. They've worked, they've helped, they've gotten college degrees, they've done good things. And that they were 2 that I really felt sorry for their sentencing and what they got, even though they supposedly unalived both parents. It was horrible what was done to them. It was horrible what was done to them. And they know that. And this is a situation where maybe she can use this bad thing and turn it into something good.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I got
So that's kind of the argument. Can she, come out in 50 years or whatever, or be eligible for parole? That'll be the discussion they're going to be having.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't believe we haven't actually I don't think we've talked about this once during the trial, but the Evelyn's law came into effect because of this case.
And it's going to save lives.
Oh, it absolutely will. I guess 30 states now have passed this law as well. But what it is, this whole situation is partly because no one reported this child missing for almost 3 months, from December until late February. And so in 2021, Tennessee and 29 other states have now passed Evelyn's law, which makes it illegal to not report the disappearance of a child within 24 hours of the child going missing. So this cannot happen again.
Oh my
Oh, wow.
goodness. Oh
Did you
my
see that?
goodness.
Cameraman got a court date in 10 days. Judge said he was too mad to sentence him today. Ooh.
Well, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Cad Mom sent me an email of the baby. Congratulations. He is beautiful. Yeah. And I love the little blankie. Our blankies were ugly.
Little footprints.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you for sharing that with us. That just made my day.
And Henhouse, I know she has done this to herself. I get it. I feel like, I still have empathy for even the worst people at times.
I'm missing. Oh, that's what Castle wanted us to see. Was it the cameraman? Cameraman is in jail for 10 days per judge. Cameraman showed the jury, or will have to come back in front of the judge in 10 days.
He has to go to court.
Gotcha.
He has to go to court in 10 days. He did not want to sentence him today because he was so angry.
Well, I mean, you know what? He did warn them multiple times about that. So we might hear from the judge, his version of the sentencing here in just a second. Yeah. 865 picture says, yeah, maybe she can be a Walmart greeter at the age of 69 when she gets out. Educational help with that.
She deserves what she's getting. I mean, she does deserve it.
I don't know. Well, do they do mistrials if the jury's shown? Can that cause that?
I don't think at this point. I think after the sentence, I think during the sentencing phase, I don't think so.
Somebody's texting us. You're going to have to see this at some point.
Okay, I think I've got the sound up. So whenever they bring the audio back, we'll hear the judge actually read the sentencing if we want to hear that. I think everybody does.
I think it comes in late.
I had it turned off.
We had it turned off accidentally.
Yes, we are missing one of the best parts of a trial, and that's frustrating.
I'll tell you, though, I appreciate you all being here with us. I love it.
You are guilty. In count 2, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court you are guilty. In count 3, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court you are guilty. In count 4, a judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 5, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 6, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 7, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, it's a judgment of the court you are guilty. In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess a fine, so there'll be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes.
Let me stop it again.
Court stands in recess.
Go up to that and just pause. Pause. Yeah. So that's where we are.
Yeah. So it's good to I'm going to remove that. There we go. Sorry, we keep getting messages about various things. Yes, Glenda, I'm sorry, we did rerun that. So what happened yesterday? They wrapped up the whole thing. They did closing arguments and everything. They had about 2.5 hours, we think, to deliberate. Came back, and within an hour or so, they had told the judge that they had a verdict ready. We scrambled and came on, not thinking it would be that fast. But then that happened probably 2 or 3 hours ago at this point. Then they took a little recess, came back, did the character witnesses for Megan, and then the cameraman accidentally showed some jurors. We've seen that picture now that they show at least 3 jurors. People
are saying it's back on. I don't know. Hold on.
Oh, really?
You keep talking. I'm gonna look.
Okay. So now the judge is looking at putting the cameraman in for contempt of court, but apparently he was so angry that he's actually going to take a little time. Oh yeah, they are showing something.
Hold on. They're showing the. Let me see.
I'm seeing nothing.
I see what you're seeing. I just don't know. Is that live?
I don't know. I'm trying to see. Yeah, that guy hasn't spoken. This guy hasn't spoken. Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
I mean, if we get demonetized over this, it's okay because I mean, we literally make like $2. So,
and plus the words we have to say during this make the ad revenue like.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way. You have to.
Something's going on. Hold on. We don't have audio. What? I don't know what's going on, y'all. It's like the CCTV of it or something.
So maybe he's allowing the video, but not the audio to be.
I'm going to check Court TV and see. We got something going on, though. Oh, I need to hit play on it, don't I?
Have been emotional for you. It's been emotional for everyone.
It's playing.
That emotion really began 5 years ago. Not just for this case, but for our community. And it has had some dividing and rippling effects. You've been sequestered, you haven't seen those things, but we have. We've seen how divided this community is over this case. Perhaps that could last and go on for a long time. You spoke very loud today and you found Megan Boswell guilty. I think it's time that we end all of this on the right note. You have a chance to do that. I don't, state doesn't, judge doesn't, you do. You can put the defining moment, the period of what people will remember about this case, and perhaps you as jurors, because you did find her guilty. And now you have a chance to do and show the one thing that's been missing for the last 5 years. That's grace and love. We have all, everybody in this room has failed in some way in their life. It may not have resulted in a criminal charge. It may not have resulted in going to prison. But we've done something. We've wanted compassion. We wanted grace. We wanted love. That's how you can end this. And that's how we can start to move on as a community. And you can show her what love looks like. Because you've heard how fractured and dysfunctional her family is. Mr. Scott told you in the trial, he didn't go through a lot of things in her life. I didn't either. But I knew my mom and dad loved me.
What's wrong?
They loved me to the end. My family now
What's going on?
loves me to the end.
Can I make it any bigger? No, I can't.
Looks like in her life.
You'll have to do it on your end. You
Really
can't
good
make it
chance.
bigger if you're watching it.
Go back there and show her. You can tell her that she's redeemable.
Yeah, it won't let me do it
And
any
end it with grace and love.
Because they're the ones doing that letterbox look.
Senator Boswell told you about those mitigating factors. You'll get them in your jury instructions. Spare her life and give her life without parole. If there's anything good can come from this, is that we can all move forward, knowing that you got the verdict that you wanted, and you ended it with the emotion of love and compassion. That's what will be remembered. I hope that's what you did. Don't be remembered for just compounding the tragedy and the tragedy and the tragedy. So easy to do that. The lasting impression that you give Evelyn, that you give Megan, that you give this community, is that love and grace can still be found with all of us. And we ask you to give her life. Let her have a chance to come out one day. That's justice as well. Justice for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, your job at this point is to determine whether or not the state has proven the aggravating factor that we alleged. And as General Massengill told you, that was simply related to the age of the child as well as the age of Ms. Boswell. And
clearly through her birth certificate, we have proven that aggravating factor. So then your job will be to weigh the mitigating factors that the defense has put on for you against that aggravating factor, which we have met our burden of proving. Mr. Horns asked you to end this case on the right note, and they would agree. You should end this case on the right note, and you should show Megan Boswell the same compassion and grace that she showed Evelyn.
There you go.
That is a good statement.
Yep.
She wasn't shown any grace. You know, the one person that Evelyn should have been able to rely on to protect her, keep her safe, abandoned her, discarded her. She doesn't deserve your compassion, your grace.
Sorry.
State asks that you weigh the aggravating factor that we've proven in this case. The fact that Evelyn Boswell, she was dumped in a trash can, wasn't even 13 months old, never had a chance. We ask that you return a verdict we've requested of life without parole.
Thank you, General. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another set of instructions I've got to read to you. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee at Blumville, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant. Case S72869. Jury instructions. Fixing punishment of life imprisonment or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of first-degree murder as charged in the first count, and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony as charged in the second and third counts of presentment number S72869.
Thank you, Matthew 256. We appreciate that. And yeah, prayer for the jurors. You're right. Very traumatic kind of stuff to do, right? To listen to all this, to see the things they had to see that we don't even see, and then have to consider what's the appropriate punishment here. I mean, it's her life, you know.
Oh, thank you, Matthew. That's very sweet.
And they make the recommendation.
It is now your duty to determine within the limits prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony shall be punished by imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been risen by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase or sentencing phase or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, that the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness during the sentencing hearing, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The burden is on the state to prove any aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. She is not required to take the stand in her own behalf, and her election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against her, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. 1, the murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
What happened?
You know what happened. Judge.
The judge did it?
No, he was in the middle of reading. He wouldn't call it in the middle of reading.
Let me see if
Maybe
I can find
the
out.
local station got the call to not show it.
No, let's see. Something went wrong.
Maybe go back into.
Couldn't they block us from showing it? Could it have been like that?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
It says video is private. So they must have gotten in trouble.
Darn it.
Wait.
Giver to her handicapped brother and younger sister.
Hold
11,
on.
any other mitigating factor which is raised.
Hang on, guys. I found it. I found another one. Let's try.
Why'd you take it off?
Hold on. Just.
Hi, Don B. Yes, she is guilty on all 20 counts. They are now at the sentencing phase. So the jury is going to consider life in prison without parole or life in prison with parole, meaning she could either, obviously, life in prison without parole, rest of her days are in prison. If she gets life with parole, she could be, it would be more 46 years.
The statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict on the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstances or circumstance proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance so found, and you shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here lists the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances found. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. I've got verdict forms for you. Okay.
Hi,
I
Gypsy.
have verdict forms for you, and I will read
Welcome.
those. Form count 1. Punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determine that no statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find that the sentence shall be imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror to sign. A date with a line. Verdict form count 1 continued. Punishment of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check the box of any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances you find beyond a reasonable doubt. Check box. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Below, check one box only. Check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. Or check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to life to imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror. Date, signature, blank.
Thank you so much,
And
Bliss
the
Blessings.
same
We really
exact
appreciate it.
form verbatim for counts 2 and count 3.
And we've enjoyed your insight and thoughts here too with us.
Well,
You've been great.
Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. Complete one of the 2 forms for each count.
Well, you know me.
And it has been easier watching this all together. I agree with you.
Well,
Because this is dark. I mean, this stuff was hard. There were some poor parts of this with the medical examiner and different things that are just hard to take. But it's been nice to kind of have our group kind
well,
of
you
go
know
through
what
it
I've
together.
got to do?
We're gonna take a little break and
We're going to
do,
take a little break
yeah.
and thank Bliss Blessings properly.
Yes.
And thank you so much for all your support. She supports us over on Twitter. She supports us everywhere. And we appreciate you so much. I mean, I can't even tell you how much we appreciate it.
Thank
but
you so
this
much.
song is for you.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I just like to dance to the song.
And Don B, you're right. It's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a little while, but I hope you're doing great. And you're right. What was surprising, for those of you that are just joining us today with this, we thought the trial would go 2 to 4 weeks. It went a week, and partly because the defense put up no defense. They did not call a single witness. They tried for what do you call it? An acquittal.
Yes.
After the prosecution rested, and that was it. Then they went straight to deliberations. So this went much faster than we thought.
This was very sweet.
Ember XOXO says this has been a very calming experience for such a heartbreaking tragedy. God bless all the E's.
Aww.
Oh, thank you. We've enjoyed doing this with all of you for sure.
And Bliss loved
yes.
The song. That makes me happy.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to figure out, I don't know if you have, most of the time, judges make the sentencing decision.
Yeah.
And I was looking it up, and I still haven't found a definitive statement. But when I looked it up, it says, while most verdict sentencing decisions are made by the presiding judge, in cases involving the death penalty or capital cases, it's always the jury who makes the decision. I did not realize that.
Is that just Tennessee, I assume?
No, that's just in all cases. If it's the death penalty or capital cases, then it's always the jury. And I did not know that.
Huh.
But most of the time, everything you look says judges. In most criminal cases, judges are responsible for determining the sentences. But I think it has something to do with the type of case that this is. So this must be considered capital. Is that? Do you know?
This is an aggravating circumstance. It's an enhancement penalty or something. So maybe that's part of why they've got to decide it. I'm not exactly sure, but the other charges I know the judge is supposed to do. The charges 4 through 20 are to the judge, but these first 3 are the.
Do you want me to go back to it, or do y'all want to talk?
No, we can go back.
And report your verdict to the court.
You can, of course, see Megan up there at the top in that kind of.
What the heck just happened?
I don't know.
With the officers.
One second, please. Because the jury's leaving, they don't want to catch them.
Oh, gotcha.
So it looks like they're going to go back and make this decision.
I wonder if they, someone said this earlier, I wonder if they discussed this last night and they already know what they're sentencing. I mean, they shouldn't, because they have to take into account what the character witnesses said.
All right, jury's out at 12:09 p.m. to consider sentencing. This court will be in recess, waiting the verdict of the jury. Court stands in recess.
So,
well, they are wise to cut the camera before the jury walks out, so they don't end up with that other cameraman from Court TV looking at
let's pull that back down.
A few days in jail.
I will say that, first of all, will you read about Reality Said? Because that's really sweet.
Yes. Yes, these are beautiful human beings with compassion, concern, and family values. I appreciate their kindness and insight on the cases they cover. Bless them always, dear Lord.
Thank you, Reality.
Very sweet. We do appreciate
got
all
such
of
a
you.
great heart.
Yeah, you're great.
Trevor Lee said on Facebook, the jury has gone back to deliberate the sentence. And he says it will be life, 51 years, or life without parole. So.
Yeah, and I said 46 earlier, but I'm just saying because she's already been in jail for 5 years or so they'll factor that in. So that she's looking at possibly getting out around 69 years old.
Romy too says I don't think it'll be long. So should we just keep going, guys? Should we just keep doing it? Poor Auntie was headed to Walmart. We pulled her back in.
That's okay. It was nothing urgent.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long either. I think we'll have this in an hour.
Okay, well, let's do it.
They may not even make it back to the room. They might.
Well, they're probably like, we want to go home.
Turn right around.
We want cell phones back. We want television back. I'll keep an eye out.
They might get lunch, or they might give them lunch in the back in the room and let them.
They might be like, hurry up and get this done.
Just bring in some sandwiches.
We're not giving you any lunch until you get this done.
Yeah,
it could be.
It could be like that.
I could see where they might get hung up on this decision, though.
You guys are so sweet.
In a way, it's a bigger decision because the guilty verdict was kind of obvious that she was going to have to. That she wasn't going to walk away from all 20 counts.
Wouldn't it be funny if they just turned around, walked right back in, and just said, "Hey, we're done. We want to go home.
Yeah,
we want to see our family."
Want to do a recap? We got.
I was gonna, do a recap, and I'm gonna check our. I'm going to check our poll.
Hello, all I need is Jesus coffee and true crime. I'm sorry you missed it. We'll probably just go back and play maybe play the verdict again, at least the part where
we just played it.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you think Megan's sentence should be? Life without parole, 81% so far. We got 225 votes, and 50 years with parole, and we know it's 51. We just kind of. I did it wrong. 19%.
What would you do? You're on the jury.
If I was on the jury,
with this decision, what do you do?
Me personally, I would life without parole.
What about you, Auntie? What's your decision after everything you've heard?
I would have to say that she does not deserve to be out ever.
Yeah,
I hate to say that because it's like a death sentence for her in a way, but she can still there are things that can be done in prison, and she can do good there. She can be a role model. It's a roof over her head, it's food, it's clothing, and she didn't always have that. It sounds like in her real life. And who's going to date her? Who's going to marry her? Who's going to have any?
Some fool will.
Well, somebody, but she could do something to me, once it's decided, if she does an appeal, to do a full confession and to, turn her life over to God. There's lots of things that she could do positive and still stay in prison. So I think I would say without parole.
I think that's the
that's where our audience is at by 81%, right?
And people in chat are talking about it as well. And Don B Don B's from up in that area.
Yeah, he's like North Carolina.
No, Don B's up near he's in Sevierville.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I was thinking he was close, but I thought he
Yeah,
was more like
next
North
time we go to
Carolina.
Gatlinburg, we're gonna have to have lunch with Dombey.
Yeah. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking he was like the Asheville area or something. But yeah. So I'm sure you've been following this closely. Don says Barry Staubus and prosecuting officer very passionate and fair people in Sullivan County. Who's Barry Staubus? Is that one of the attorneys? Was that the attorney? Was that
I
the
think
DA?
I think that's him.
Was that the DA we heard from? Okay.
Mhm.
I missed the name.
I don't know what that means, CB. That looks like the judge put up his YouTube channel on the second part. I don't know what that means.
Maybe the second, like when we had to go to the other channel. Is that what they meant? One of these sleuthing something says, I bet 30 pervs are penning letters to her as we speak. Probably.
Well, there are crazy people that do that like you would not believe.
What's the joke that whenever something like this happens, that somebody's like, I can fix her? It's,
Oh, my
right.
stars.
Yeah, there's always that guy. Actually, I would also, just to kind of finish that train of thought, is that I would.
He used to live there.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
And Gam Gam says, yes, it is the DA
So I'm sure
of Sullivan.
So it was the gentleman that we heard last. It did the
Yes.
final closing. Yeah. He was really good.
Only Jesus can fix her.
Yeah.
I think it's unusual that we only heard from one of the defending attorneys just in that last part. I mean, isn't that weird? That's the first time he talked.
He was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That the defense guy, right?
No,
Is that who you mean? Oh, you mean the DA?
guy, not the DA.
Yeah, the
other defense attorney.
Oh, she said, no, that's not Barry. I'm wrong. Sorry.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
I think it's weird because he was very articulate and he sounded good. Why didn't he do anything?
I don't know. He probably should have given the closing argument. Actually, he was.
Well, that guy kind of blew it on the closing argument.
Yeah, he did.
What, Mr. Reynolds rap?
Yes, Mr. Reynolds rap.
That was so tacky, y'all. I've been thinking about that overnight. We talked about it after the show yesterday. That was tacky.
When he tore the
Yes,
wrap.
that's tacky.
Yeah, he was just trying to demonstrate, but
it was not. It was tacky. It was just not appropriate.
The thing that I think that could redeem her to a degree is once she's got sentencing to not appeal it, to admit to what she did, and to come clean with all of it. And make a public statement to say, I did it. This is what happened. This is why I did it. I know it was wrong. And I know I'm going to suffer in jail the rest of my life because of it. But, and make amends to the people that she wronged.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
I mean, she has a chance to still do some things the right way.
And if she had handled it like that at the beginning, she may not be looking at life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
If she had owned up to whatever she did, if it was like you said, like lost her temper,
well,
she could have said, well,
let's look
people
at what
might have had some.
Well,
compassion.
Brandy Elliott's pleading guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You want give them a rundown of the story?
You might remember us talking about this. We covered it. I don't know back last summer when this happened, but we had another. Same town as Sebastian in Hendersonville. This lady, Brandy Elliott, had a 7-year-old daughter named Piper. And at night, somewhere around 10 p.m. or so, she had a moment of frustration with her daughter, wanting to talk to her and wouldn't leave her alone, is what she claimed.
I'm going to share this tab so you guys can see her.
She walked with this little girl down to Drake's Creek, about a 15-minute walk from their apartment, and then held her underwater, drowning her to death.
And described it vividly.
Yeah. And later the description she used to police
no, don't do that.
I'm not going to do it, but it's so cold and like she wasn't a human or something. It was just awful.
Mm-hmm. It was awful.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it because it's that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's as bad as what we listened to in this trial.
Yeah, but
it might be worse in a way.
And when you drown someone that way, it takes several minutes, and so it's a similar case as far as the darkness of it goes, and just how could you So.
But she's actually doing a plea deal. I think I'll
Yeah,
I'll stop sharing and
she's
check that
gonna
out.
avoid the ultimate penalty there. She's looking at life also, but she's not fighting it. She's pleading guilty. She's just hoping for mercy, I think.
And maybe some of you guys that are more versed in the true crime, like the court parts of it, could help me understand. So what it says here for her, I can share this if it might make it easier.
Oh, really?
What?
Oh my gosh, Diane. She knew. She
Oh
has some
my
friends
gosh.
that knew. I had the only connection I had to that family is I remembered the mom because she worked at that Our Place diner. If you're local, you're probably familiar with it.
It's a
real
good
popular,
place.
like meat and three kind of place.
And by the way, we found another great place, Auntie. You're gonna love it.
Yay.
What was the name of that place?
Which one are you talking about?
The one we ate at that was so good.
Music City Diner.
Music City Diner.
It's really, really good.
Where is it located?
It's near the Costco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's very close to that.
It was delicious.
Yeah, it's really good.
Sorry.
But I had seen the mom a couple of times in that Our Place back when she worked there. So I just remembered her face. It's a small place. They usually have 2 or 3 workers in there.
Hi, Betty.
Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Good to see you in.
Welcome in. Okay, so I'm looking at you guys might, and Betty, actually, I'm so happy you're here because you can help me with this because you'll understand it. She's understands law and stuff more than I do. So what they're doing with her is they're doing a settlement. This is Brandy Elliott who drowned her daughter, Piper, her 7-year-old daughter, and they're doing a settlement with her. Does that mean that she's doing a plea deal?
Yeah, Betty should know that.
Oh, I'm sure she does. She knows all this stuff. We're fairly new to all this, and I don't really understand what that means.
When you're reading the websites, it's hard to know exactly what they.
Okay, Betty said that's what it sounded like to her. Okay, cool. So just to let Betty know, I'm sure Betty knows that they're guilty. We're waiting. We're kind of killing time until the jury comes back with the sentencing.
Well, Betty, while you're here, so what they're considering is life in prison without parole, life in prison with parole. She essentially would have a chance to be out at around the age of 69. What's your thoughts? Would you vote life in prison, no parole, or would you think, do you want to show some, or would you show some mercy there? Our audience is currently saying 81%. And I think the 3 of us, we're all on the life with no parole. That's my thought also. I'm a rehabilitation person. I've said it several times during this trial. I don't like to just throw lives away if I think there's a chance, but I think her actions are so heinous. I don't want her out again.
Right.
Bullhorn Betty says, I'm a life without parole. You take a life, you don't get to live out here with the rest of us. And that's fair enough.
I'm with Betty.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, and I'm sure, most of you are familiar with Bullhorn Betty. She's a great content creator in true crime with her channel. She's dedicated a lot of time to several missing person cases and others, but she's wonderful and a friend to us. So, and particularly does a lot of stuff on the Sebastian Rogers case too. But I'm sure most of you know. But if you're not, she's definitely worth checking out.
And when we were starting out our channel, she was the first person that was kind to us, and she gave us 2 hours of her time to sit down and have coffee with us, and we chit chatted and discussed Sebastian's case, and it was beautiful. And she's a wonderful, kind-hearted person, and we appreciate her
very much. Gave us a few signs. One of those signs is still standing that you gave us.
Yeah, we keep watching. One of them is
one of them's gone. But we've had some big storms come through. It lasted for months. So I don't think anybody pulled it, but one of them's still going strong. And that's been since, what month was that? June or May or something?
No, June.
So that was a good investment on that particular one. It's lasted.
Well, one of them, I don't even know.
We'd have had some huge storms come through. I'm sure it just blew away, or a lawnmower guy, whatever.
Maybe
those things happen.
Yeah, but that one was in an interesting place. So it could be where it was located.
So-
Just saying. I'm just saying. Now I sound like Betty. Just saying.
I can't remember who asked. Somebody was asking, are we doing sentencing? It might have been Betty, but yes, they are considering sentencing now. So they may be taking a little break for lunch, or they may come back quickly. This verdict was so fast. I expect we'll have this decision today. I can't imagine them going 2 days on the.
I don't
on
think
this.
so. Not as quickly as they got the verdict.
Oh, Helene got her sign.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure in Florida, those things don't last long down there. All the storms you guys get.
And Rachel had an interesting comment about the settlement. She said a settlement allows them greater control over the outcome and avoids the risk of a trial and unpredictable judgments. Yes, of course. And I mean, there really was no question that this mom had done this. I mean,
Well, and Walter's mom agrees about Music City Diner. It is so good. You're gonna lose your mind.
I'm
when
so
you come.
excited. I can't wait to
Mhm.
try it.
Ooh, and Diane says Jake's Southern Diner in Hendersonville is good too. Let's check that
I
out.
have not done that one.
I'm a diner person. I like home-owned little restaurants, and I'm not a big chain person. Not a big chain person. I like to try the little out of the way places. That one we went to in Millersville was good too, I thought.
What was? Oh, that was
It was the same name as on that TV show.
on Parks and Rec.
I didn't go to that one.
No, it was good though. It was the same thing. It was the same name as the one on Parks and Rec. What was it?
I'll look it up.
And then I always wanted somebody to open up the Glider Diner. They always talk about the Glider Diner on The Office. and I always thought that was a cute name.
JJ's
JJ's
Diner.
Yes. Southern Comfort Foods, what Betty said. And that's exactly what it is.
I'm telling you, this was better than JJ's. And JJ's was good. Didn't we have fish there? We had fish there, didn't we?
I can't remember. I think we did have fish sandwiches. We all got the same thing.
Yes.
I think it is getting lunchtime for everybody.
Yeah,
We're all sitting here talking food, right?
I'm already ordered my DoorDash. So
hey, Jude, don't make
Welcome
it
in,
bad.
Hey, Jude. T for Christ, I'm assuming is also a local. Had said all of this stuff is happening with miles of us, and it's heartbreaking. It has been strange the last year. The things that have occurred in this area with the Trinity Bostic and this little girl. We had this other girl go missing yesterday. We think it's a runaway, so hopefully this is something that'll be. Most of the time these kids go missing. It is something where they are back safely and soon. So we're hoping that's the case there.
Hello, keep up the chatter. Welcome in. We're just kind of waiting. Oh, brown-eyed girl. We love you back.
But I know a lot of you are joining in a little late. There have been a lot of kind of big things that have happened this morning. So I'm just going to go back through it if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
So we were just kind of I was running kids to school and that kind of thing, and got the call from Mrs. E that, are you on your way back? Verdict's in,
Well,
So-
I first Dreaming is Blue Sky, and then Real Me Too, and then Castle, and all reached out to me, and then I called Auntie, and she was like, I tried to tell you an hour ago.
Yeah. So it's like,
I had called you and you didn't answer, and I'm like, oh gosh. And then I thought, well, we must not be gonna cover it, and I had to run out, and so I was out, and then she called, she's like, hey.
I said, I'm getting my face on. We're going live.
I'm glad I did it early.
So we scrambled as fast as we could to get this thing going, and because we didn't want to miss that. And this deliberation did not take long. They had 2.5 hours yesterday before they went home. This morning they were probably in there an hour, which we all kind of took to mean that they were likely going to come back with guilty verdicts on it, probably most of it, which ended up being true. They wouldn't let the.
I think they decided last night, and they just did the paperwork this morning.
You could be right. It may have just been a quick hands, and all 12 are on board. It might have been like that. And so anyway, they came back this morning and finished that up, and all 20 counts guilty, including first degree. And that first degree charge, they could have gone with a lesser charge. The jury has the discretion to lower it to a second or below, but they went for the full first degree.
That's hysterical, Taibei.
But they wouldn't let the oh, that's interesting. So Taibei says, I was in the shower listening out with waterproof speaker, addicted to these.
That's so funny.
I need to get one of those for the shower too. So anyway, they wouldn't let the jury four-person speak because this judge has been very concerned about the media and anonymity and all those kinds of things. And oh, well, thank you, Hey Jude. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Hey Jude. If you received a membership from Hey Jude, please tell her thank you. She's the sweetest.
Very sweet of you. Appreciate that. And if you receive
and
that,
Sonia Allen got it. That's awesome.
Oh, great.
We've gotten so close with you guys the past few days. It's so funny.
We have gotten to know our audience much better because of this trial.
Yes.
Like I know like personalities, where people live, their kids, all kinds of great stuff. More so than when we do the other lives.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so they wouldn't let the jury four-person speak because this judge has been very concerned about anonymity.
Mm-hmm.
And so then after they read you could tell by Megan's face, she's fallen apart. But then the judge read it again with the audio so we could hear all the 20 charges read out. Then they took a break, came back and did witness testimony.
We could listen to those again.
We could, yeah, we could do that. They showed the mom, which we had not heard her during the trial, Megan's mother, and then they brought the foster mom for Megan as a character witness, and she was probably the best witness for Megan. Very sweet lady. You could just tell she was, she was just a good person. And then Mommy came up, and that's her name for Megan's grandmother. On her father's side, and
not a fan of Mommy.
And she started she came out of the box lying, so we know where Megan got that trait, right?
I was trying to find something to play for Hey Jude, but I can't find anything that's good. How about some confetti?
Auntie was calling out the lies from Mommy.
Yes, Bliss Blessing says, "Oh, Mommy fired Annie up." She did. She really made me mad. I mean, because he came out of the gate, make lie after lie in 20 seconds.
I don't know where you were raised, but I was raised to respect my elders.
I don't respect somebody that lies.
I'm just kidding. We were raised in the same house. That's why it's funny.
Belinda says, not to be mean, but Megan's mom did look like she has lived a very rough life.
Oh, yes.
It looked like she was still living a rough life, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, now we have to get caught back up with what's going on with Sebastian. We don't know. We'll have to binge watch Betty.
I've been catching some Bettys here and there to kind of keep up.
This has been keeping us like 6 and 7 hours a day. So,
okay, what happens when your DoorDasher leaves your food there and does and then now my DoorDasher's gone?
What do you mean your DoorDasher's gone?
I ordered lunch to be delivered because I'm at my son's and we're on. So I had one DoorDasher. That one abandoned me. She was at the place, and then now I've got a new DoorDasher and he's on his way to the place.
Well, you can't do anything if they abandon you. You must not have tipped well enough.
Yeah, I did.
I know you did. You're an over tipper. I'm just joking.
I mean, I don't know.
You're not as bad of an over tipper as Mr. E, but you're an over tipper as well. Well, no, actually, I think we probably tip about the same, you and I. But Mr. E will over tip like nuts because he served in college and stuff.
Well, we did too.
Well, we did too, but it's different. It affects him differently. I have high standards because I was a server, and he has sympathy because he was a server.
Castle, we will of course be covering Sebastian again.
Yeah. Oh yes, we are. We're just really behind, between our son and all of the things that have been going on with him, and this case. All of our time has gone to this case, to the Megan Boswell case. So,
and I ordered a grilled chicken Caesar salad. Oh, I got a message from my Dasher. Let's see what he said.
What's your Dasher saying?
He's probably upset with being called out on social media like this. He's like, wow, I didn't expect a live stream about my...
He says, your chat with Nell has ended because your order was reassigned. You can now chat with your new Dasher, Luis. Let's see what... I'm like, what the heck?
Get your behind in gear, Luis.
Yeah,
it's not Luis's fault.
I'm just joking.
I think we might do this here in a few minutes because we're just waiting for the jury to come back anyway. And I'm guessing an hour or two, maybe something like that. I don't think it'll be long that they'll be gone. So we will do that.
Okay, now I don't understand. It says the order has already been picked up by someone else. I never got my food. What happens?
I don't do it enough to know.
Yeah.
Now people were very kind to us, with our son, and we got sent some DoorDash gift cards, and that has been very helpful because there are times when we are at the hospital because we go daily, that it's just hard between all the kids getting things caught up. So that's been really helpful.
I'm going to put you guys on stop for a second and mute and go see if it's out the door.
Sure.
Maybe they just
What if it's at the door and they didn't tell you?
Yeah, that could be it.
Well, so anyway, after they came back from the break, then they had the 3 character witnesses. We then had a moment. I'm trying to think what order this happened. Then we had a moment where Court TV or somebody caught the 3 jurors on camera, and they shut it all down. That's why we had a little break there. They cut the feeds, and the judge was apparently really upset about this and told the cameraman to come back to court in 10 days and that he would sentence him then for contempt because he was too angry in that moment to do the sentencing for that cameraman now. And he has a few times warned Court TV and other media folks in the audience about flash photography, about zooming in too close on the attorney's laptops. He's really been on top of that. And I guess he's had a clerk in the back watching these feeds to make sure that nothing like that happened. And I guess this one's really upset him.
I keep checking to see if the other one is back up.
To see if Court TV is?
Mm-hmm.
I would say they're done for the day. I would guess. No, they are. So they've got a camera back in the courtroom.
Why are they saying it's day 12? It's day 8.
I don't know.
It's bizarre.
Well, thank you. Back on track with Kat. I love Aunt E's McGruff picture.
Oh,
thank you. Yeah, that's a good call by her, I think.
Is that that's your very first one? Well, you know what that means. Auntie won't be here for it. Let's wait for Auntie.
Okay.
Well, no, I'll go ahead and do it.
Go ahead, do it.
I'm here.
Okay. Was your food there?
No, it's not there, and I don't know what to do.
Look, back on track with Kat loves your McGruff picture.
Oh, look at her puppies.
Oh, okay, here we go.
We got somebody. Is this a different case? Oh, this has got to be a different.
That looks like a different judge to me.
That's what Court TV is showing right now. So
okay, won't you pull that off because that's not necessary.
Yeah, I thought it might be our courtroom, but it's not.
Hello, KJ Mack. Welcome in. We're kind of just hoping the jury's going to come back soon with a sentencing. We're just kind of hanging out to see what's going to happen. We don't really have a show planned as much as we were just kind of talking about this stuff. I will say, I don't know what you're talking about, Granny. Mom, what does she mean?
Call me.
What'd she say?
She said, you didn't call me. What is she talking about?
Who knows? Like I said, she's behind.
Oh, okay.
What happens is she watches stuff behind and she's totally clueless.
Yeah. Happens.
But we love our mother very much.
And I'm not with her, so I can't help her.
You can't tell her she's behind.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You didn't call
me. It's like when we do these live streams and then after they're over, we leave them up And so people go back to watch. Sometimes they don't realize that the live stream's not live. And they're
Mhm.
like, why is nobody answering my questions? And they're putting in the comments.
Oh,
you know,
Shampoo
that happens sometimes.
1966. Is she guilty or not? She's guilty.
Oh, yeah.
The verdict came
Yes.
back.
Guilty, first degree, all 20 counts. So she, yeah, and it did not take them long.
People are telling us to call her mom.
Call your mother. Yeah.
Granny, shame on them. Oh, we play little tricks on mom sometimes. We do funny stuff.
Yeah. So
Okay.
she is definitely guilty. I'm guessing, we're kind of all guessing here that she will likely try to appeal. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere or not, but I think she's going to try this. Probably why she didn't take the stand for herself. She denied doing that for the trial and then also for the sentencing phase. I think both were actually maybe a mistake here.
Okay, now I've got a third dasher.
Maybe you need to up your tip.
Somebody wrote in here about DoorDash that what was the suggestion? Did you change your address?
No.
I know, Shampoo. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful news?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What was it up there?
It was just so glad to hear about that. I think it's wonderful news.
Oh yeah.
We just want to see. We're kind of thinking the jury's going to be back soon with the sentencing. So we're just kind of hanging out to see if that happens. And the main live feed had to be cut because Court TV showed some of the jury. So,
Shirley, so the baby actually would have been closer to 13 months because we don't really know exactly the day. Sometime in early December. She was born in November. They always say 15 months on the news because that's how old she would have been when they reported her missing in February.
But we think it happened in early December. That's what the DA kind of narrowed it down to between a few days in early December.
Right.
And hey, Jude, of course she's gorgeous. She's our mother. We love her very much. She's gorgeous to us, for sure.
Okay, now the third dasher is arriving at the restaurant.
Oh, Granny has such a wonderful family. Yes, we are very close. I know you guys can tell that.
Yeah.
This is so funny.
Yeah, Granny, shame on them. Yeah. For not calling.
I don't understand what she wanted.
Who is good to see you?
What? Oh, I was trying to click on that and it jumped. Truth for us says mother in many cases are behind bars. That is true. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Sonia Allen. So glad to be here and the E's are doing better. Well, Middle E is actually not feeling great today. And he's got various treatments and things that we're doing. He's not feeling great today. He's been home for the last 3 days. So, but we appreciate all your prayers and support. Anything else
About how he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're
hanging in there.
We've got a good plan.
Yes.
We feel good about our plan.
And thank you so much. And you know what that means? One more time.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
That's so funny.
I know. Amy Flat goes, didn't realize you were speaking about your granny.
Yes, we're talking our mom, Aunt E's children nicknamed her because she had her kids first, nicknamed her Granny. And so we made her for the show Gran E.
Yes.
So Gran with an E.
But I'm sure there is some confusion occasionally.
Yes.
Okay, now we're in just craziness. The third dasher's at the store. They're telling her the food.
This is not a drama stream.
This is not that it's been picked up, and I said it has not been received, and she says I'm going to call DoorDash. but she's Spanish, so it's all converting from Spanish to English. I've done this 100 times. I've never had trouble, and then today it's like chaos.
Y'all scared me. I was like, "Why is Granny expecting a call from you all?" That's Mom. I called her last night. Oh, look at all these orange hearts.
This is turning into a whole that spooked my cat. She levitated.
What were you saying? I'm behind.
Oh, I don't know.
Super chat song.
This is turning into a whole telenovela.
That's the one I was going to do too. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Hilarious.
Oh no!
We'll just
yes.
rename the stream the DoorDash Mystery or something.
So yes, Gracie, we are sisters. Yes, and we were talking about our mom, and she goes by the name Gran with the letter E. So yes, and we're giving her a hard time because she apparently is way behind the stream.
We'll get the web sleuths on what happened to this meal.
I like
track it down.
Want to be sleuthing something? Did you see what she put? Who has Aunt E's food? Will she ever receive it? Find out next time.
And I haven't even thought about lunch yet. Look at all these orange hearts. You all, thank you so much.
Oven and come back.
Are you making burgers today, or
no? We don't have any of those.
Oh, what do we have?
I've got those steaks, or we're gonna do that for dinner. Or we're gonna do
Hmm.
something in the oven.
I would do oven for lunch, and let's do steaks for dinner.
I'll be right back.
That's okay. I can turn on the oven. I need to go to the bathroom anyway.
Okay.
I'll do it. You just
so I'll come
keep
back.
talking to everybody.
I am getting hangry.
We'll everybody wants to see the character witnesses, so I might see if I can go back.
Those were very compelling. I think that would be a great thing to rewatch while we're waiting.
I'll see if I can.
I'm going to have a protein bar.
He doesn't. I take it he doesn't have a stocked pantry there.
No. They're in their 20s. They eat a lot of
Eat out a lot, right?
Eat out a lot. They pick their dinner up on their way home from work. They both work, kind of late. So by the time they get home, it's like 6, 7 o'clock. My son, actually, he works 9 to 6. So he doesn't even get home till almost 7. He doesn't work a 9 to 5. He works 9 to 6.
All right. So I've got,
I'm still waiting on the report from. Now it's got the Dasher's names changed.
Okay, so this is the character witness part. There were 3. The first is going to be the mom. I'll pull that up here. So if you missed this earlier, this is Angel Boswell. This is Megan's mother. If you remember, this is who she largely pinned the disappearance of Evelyn on once the Ethan story wasn't working. Around the time that she, right before she was getting arrested, this is the story that Angel took the baby and was in North Carolina and all this nonsense. And she's had a troubled life, this woman. So all kinds of violence and addiction. So I will start that now.
Ready to go, Judge? Ready. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today?
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
First time 15.
Okay. And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So,
And who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
strife.
Strife
is what it brings, yes. Nonstop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood
Yeah.
growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes. Mm.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
Now due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. And what were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes. Mm.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah.
So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
Are you hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
Yes. Yes. Maggie is, at her core, she is a generous, kind-hearted person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. And I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did. That was not it. That was not the case with Evelyn.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother should be?
No, she did not.
Answer any of Miss Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Exactly, Belinda. Might make it harder, but but she's responsible for her own life,
Judge,
no matter what
this
she was
time
dealt.
I have some judgments of conviction of Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I'd ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
Yeah. This might be the most emotional we see her during this entire
One
thing.
interim, case number 61078 is exhibit 263. And the other 3 pages are.
You may want to just fast forward to Oh Mommy on the stand because that's where they showed the jurors. You know, because that's still up. And I don't think that's been edited out.
That's, we have the foster mom next.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, the foster mom was probably the best advocate for Megan.
I've been on the edge of my seat. Auntie E, did you get your food?
No.
Okay.
It's a process. I'll fill you in. Well, is he talking right now? They haven't called her up yet. They had to cancel the order, refund me, and had to replace the order. DoorDash called me.
Those 3 pages. 264.
It's certainly not always fair, is it?
Car guy. Oh my gosh, it's been so long.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Welcome in. We've missed you.
Nice car. 2-car guy.
So, Your Honor.
Assuming that's yours.
I'm thinking it is.
Okay, Granny has got better things to watch. She just messaged me.
Uh-oh. Granny.
Her favorite show comes on at 1, her favorite podcaster. So she can listen to him and then come back to us later.
It's pretty sad when your own mother won't watch you. Pretty sad.
We're
sick and string. I had to break out the protein chips. Sorry.
She's probably tired of seeing us. She's not used to seeing us this much.
Yeah. Bliss Blessing says, which shows Megan is sad about Megan and not Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's right. She's hurting for
Best
herself.
way to put it. Mhm.
Oh, the judge cut the stream.
Scott, good
No
morning.
more camera.
Just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it K-Y-T-E?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as the state's witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back.
Well, that's true, really, too. Our siblings, I guess. She's got some siblings.
Ms. Boswell appreciates that.
Oh, we could call her Mommy. That might be better.
How long have
There's
you
no
been
confusion.
working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice. Impossible to even get a comb through.
Hi, Jan. Welcome in.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care, you're given background or information of where this child is coming from. Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Well, we just got
Did
demonetized.
it give you any background or any information
Bleep-
about her
bleep
family
it.
background or makeup?
I can't. I'm not that fancy.
Not really.
Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help
Pause
Megan?
it for a second, honey.
Sure.
Ash
Well,
Cash.
I took her to abuse.
So Ash Cash says, OMG, I missed this day. What day was this? This is today.
Yeah, maybe 2 hours ago or so. This was when they were doing the sentencing phase because they've already found her guilty this morning on all 20 counts. Now they're trying to determine, because this is up to the jury, to whether she gets life without parole or life with parole, which means she would likely be free sometime around the age of 68 or 69 because she's already served 5 years. That's really what she's looking at now.
Perfectly imperfect boy mom. That's kind of what I was wondering.
And
Yeah.
also another point, she's 17. She really should have known personal hygiene.
Yeah.
So
But
I agree with that too.
Jane Hold'em says, you always want better than you had, forgive, but no way do I want her out. She unalived a baby.
Yes. And Sandy, this is after the verdict. This is for, they were testifying for her for sentencing.
Character witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of going to be all right with it, whatever the sentencing is myself. If it's the 51 years or life, I'm okay with it. As long as she's,
punished.
Yeah. I was more concerned that this whole thing was going to, I thought it would be guilty, but there was a little part of me that wondered if because the defense did a pretty good job. I thought there might be that one juror that might have been tripped up on that cause of death with the medical examiner. I kind of wondered if maybe that would be the case. Somebody might buy the SIDS argument or something. I was worried about that because you just don't know what's going on in a jury's head.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought we might have a Casey Anthony kind of deal.
Yeah.
But that fortunately is not the case. So at this point, I prefer, I think, life without parole, but I'm okay if it doesn't work out that way. As long as she's off the streets.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Shirley says usually at 17, CPS will place them in a group home or a youth shelter, not a foster home. Maybe because she was pregnant at the time.
But usually they do a group home for unweds.
And you know what? This is, maybe that is a possibility. What?
Back on track with Kat. Her mom said she went with her to AA and A meetings when she was 8 or 9. How in the heck did the school not see what was going on if she was in foster care at the age of 16, or did I miss something?
That's a good point.
I don't know. We don't know a lot about what was going on in her life that way, who is stepping in, what kind of intervention there was before. No parole. Yeah, I think that's what I want. And yes, Jane Hold'em, they do have good time served there.
Oh, that sounds like DoorDash.
I don't know that they're saying 51 years would be a life sentence with parole. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're saying with parole, she could get out at 20. Is that what they're suggesting?
Oh,
maybe?
I don't know. Maybe. Or is it's not back, is it?
Oh, is that what they're saying?
I don't know. I'm going to check and see what I can
I don't think this will take long. So we're understanding now the judge is not going to allow any cameras, even what we were watching earlier, are they?
Oh my goodness. Trevor Lee says on his page, Angela Boswell was arrested upon leaving the courthouse today for some outstanding warrants related to a suspended license, not Evelyn related. A true family reunion is occurring in front of our eyes.
Wow. So the lady we just saw, the one that looked like she had, still has some issues, was just arrested outside of the courthouse as of how long ago was that? 10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
According to Trevor Lee.
Oh my gosh.
A true family reunion is occurring in front of our eyes.
Oh my gosh. And actually, I had something that
somebody just said no parole.
I know, but I'm not seeing that anywhere.
Can't tell if they're hoping no parole or.
I'm checking.
So Mohawk Mom says if she gets to 51 years and gets 5 for time served in Tennessee, they only have to serve 85% of the sentence.
I wanted to show you guys this.
So 40-ish years or a little more.
I want to share this with you guys real quick. TBI did a post.
Yeah, I guess that's so. What Wannabe Sleuth and something says it's so mean though. She just had to do something very emotional. I wouldn't have arrested her after that. I'm nice though.
Well, if you can't find her and she's hard to find.
Yeah, I mean it
took them a few days to find her when Megan accused her.
Yeah, and she knows she's got those warrants out there too.
You want to read that?
Sure. So this is 5 years ago. We began working alongside the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, the FBI, and the Office of the Second Judicial District Attorney General to pursue justice for baby Evelyn. Today, justice was finally served. After every single person who worked on this case should be commended, it was both challenging and heartbreaking, but they never wavered from their mission to ensure the person responsible for Evelyn's death was held accountable. TBI Director David Rausch.
I thought that was interesting.
That is something that was really nice to see during this trial, was how TBI handled interrogations and their witness. There were times they play good cop, they play bad cop. They put on the pressure at times and take the, it was interesting. And of course, I know most of our audience is with us because you follow us with the Sebastian Rogers case as well. So we're kind of sitting here watching it, partly wondering, hopefully one day we'll see the interrogation room with the suspects in his disappearance and see how they handled that. And I hope they handled it
similarly
with the skill that these guys did, because they were good. The FBI, we heard from the FBI agent who did all the data extraction from the phones, and they can get a lot of information off those phones.
Susan Nunya, you're ruthless.
Susan says, I wonder if she has a picture up yet for her arrest picture on the mom.
Susan. I'm just kidding.
That is kind of wild. Yeah, they did. All I needed is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. Yeah, they showed the jury, and they've been warned about this multiple times. They showed 3 jury members clearly. It wasn't even like a fleeting blurred. I mean, you can see, if you knew who they were, you would know who they are.
Susan, I'm totally kidding. Hold on. Susan, I'm totally kidding. I'm just teasing. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah.
I have a really dry sense of humor, and it doesn't come off sometimes. You have to know me pretty well. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't think about this. So yeah, Angel Wing says you get good time taken off your prison and
okay, start over.
Ease. You get good time taken off your time in prison, so no parole for me.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Anyway, I don't think we're going to have to worry about it.
I'll check again. I don't think anything's happening though. Nope, nothing's happening.
So it's actually, this has been a really interesting, the last 3 days of this have been really interesting. But we did hear from that FBI agent, and he's part of the CART team. You might have heard folks refer to this. It's their child abduction rescue team that specializes in the situations like with Evelyn or Sebastian's situation. They come in right away. They have a very high success rate of either finding the child or finding the people that made them disappear. And they were around in Sebastian's case in the first couple of days. So hearing from that guy, he may have been the agent working the Sebastian case for all I know. But he was really good, and can give you kind of an idea of what kind of information they might have building a case toward that.
Okay, she was arrested at 9:55 a.m. and there is no picture yet. Let's see. That's all I got.
Doesn't say why or anything.
Mm-mm.
She's 47 years old.
Oh, actually, it says 11:21 is when she went into custody. She was booked at 9:55.
Also,
I don't understand that. Maybe she was already booked before she went in, because it says she was booked at 9:55 a.m. and then went into custody at 11:21.
They probably booked her when she showed up, and they told her she could testify, and then they took her right after.
Yeah, but there's no picture yet, guys.
Just so you know, I went on to the Court TV feed, and they have already deleted the juror picture, so you can go ahead and show it without having to stop.
Okay.
Oh, I guess we could continue this.
Yeah.
I forgot what we were. Yeah. So this is the foster mom. We'll get right back to this.
Beauty shop, because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was hard. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me would. I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair.
Stop your camera.
And they said that they couldn't do it. Finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month, to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad. I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor. We got 2 bottles of that. I bought the comb that you run through that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child, because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice, and she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding. Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. But it was a rough time for her, very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
She was pregnant.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mom was in and out of jail, and I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma. If a test didn't go right, she was on the phone the next day with the counselor getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
She ever caused you any problems, disciplinary wise or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
She did.
Did she seem to be progressing and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
She very much so.
And she was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep, we'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about becoming a mother?
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister, Charlotte, and her brother, Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn at the house. You know, she knew how to heat a bottle. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do those things?
No. Me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night, Megan would take care of her very well.
And I asked you, and I want to clarify that if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay. So you were involved through the whole process, really?
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There's a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How did she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes,
Okay. And did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We text back and forth over it wasn't a daily time, but I want to say once a month, couple times, sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had been needed some help and would, even though she had was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, she wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital, and she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine over this time, Ms. Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said
a good point.
You agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. It's your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. You think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
I think so.
That's what we're thinking. Hey,
well,
that didn't come up in the case, but we're kind of thinking that.
You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think she can become a functioning citizen.
Ms. Scott, I thank you again. If you would answer any questions that the state has for you.
What are you doing?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
What are you doing?
I was going to try to find the witness.
Should we call Mary
Page 7.
Boswell?
Medical examiner? Oh, okay, I can do that. You can do that, but you have to mute it.
Yeah, I really liked her, Carol.
Yeah.
Of all the witnesses, I thought she seemed the most honest, caring, and trusting. What she said.
No, Eve, we're just kind of playing some. We're playing some other stuff.
Getting some other things ready.
Yeah.
He's getting a clip ready. Still no food, Auntie?
No, I have been assigned Dasher number 4, who is waiting for my order.
I hate that for you. We got ours really quick the other day. We ordered it for the first time, and we were sitting here, and Middley was home, so I wanted to feed him, which we're doing, we're making food here today, but that day we just couldn't. And it came, like 25 minutes from, our favorite place that we take you to when you're in town.
Yes.
It came like 20 minutes. No joke.
See, they cut it off. Oh, no, they didn't cut it off. When I watched it, they didn't cut it off. You must be watching the old feed, because when I put on the new feed, it went straight to
Mary Boswell.
Straight to her.
All right. Everybody get ready for old mommy again.
She's just like an old, a definition of an old codger.
You're really hard on
Gene
Obama.
Scott, how are you?
Oh, hey, Jude had texted that
We're here
wanted
today
you to see the
because
difference
Drew's
between a
trying to
card and a cart
decide
team.
how long Megan will have to stay.
I'm sorry?
Hey, Jude sent this about the cart versus the card team for you. Sorry.
Yes, Reality Wins. One of the versions I saw on Court TV, you could not see. They cut straight to mommy getting on the stand, and you didn't see it. But that one you still could see it. But yeah, this one's a piece of work.
Who sent this? Was this Real Me Too?
No, this is from Hey Jude.
Hey Jude, thanks for sending that. I didn't realize there was a difference. So Hey Jude is saying that there's a distinction between, or showing us that there is a distinction between the cart team and the card team. So the cart team is kind of a broad group that's looking for missing children. It stands for Child Abuse Response Team, while the card team with a D stands for the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Where the card team is more like immediate action. So if you had a child that had just disappeared, card team is the one that would come in trying to move as fast as possible. That probably is who came in for Sebastian. And the cart team with a T would be more likely to have been used in Evelyn, since she was gone for over 2 months, I would think. And I think they said cart team with the FBI agent in this case. But anyway, I didn't realize I didn't realize there were 2 different groups. But thank you for that. Hey Jude.
In prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Sir,
How do you know Megan?
she's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life, I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on, not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that? In part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir?
Was that because her parents were having
No,
problems?
she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we keep her a lot.
Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir.
Okay.
We'd pick her up and keep her until she want to go back and like that, off and on.
And have you always lived down there on the same property Tommy lives on? Or?
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something like that.
She lived there almost all Megan's life.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
And you're aware, you told me, I think one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband.
We might have a sentence coming in, so we'll play this till we hear.
Yeah, I'm looking
for sure. We'll check our people.
Sir.
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models.
Yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
And when did he pass, man?
11 and a half years ago. Soon be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was, I guess, what?
Yeah, maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
And are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like I hope they don't give her the sentence like that. I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Answer any Mr. Harper or Ms. Massacre.
No questions, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm leaving. Thank you.
I'm not seeing that it's come in. I'm seeing that we're still waiting. So
my food has now been picked up, and the dasher called me, and they still were trying to say that it had been canceled. But he does have my food, and he's on his way.
I'll have to say though, I don't really care for doing these drama streams, Auntie.
So
this is not what we're about.
Yeah, this is a lot of drama. The sentence is in.
Well, that's what I can't. I'm looking and I'm not seeing that. I'm trying to find. I hope it's not clickbait.
What's the news station?
I just checked. I'm keeping a close eye on all that stuff.
Okay.
While we're waiting, I wanted to bring this up again because
you loved it.
I loved it. So if this was day 6 of the trial, this was the highlight to me. This is the medical examiner. This is the last witness that we saw, and these two went back and forth for a while. And you'll see what he was trying to accomplish. But he was trying to put doubt in her conclusion that Evelyn's death was by homicide. And the judge, you'll see. This will just take a couple of minutes. But if you haven't seen it, this is worth a watch.
Well, thank you.
What?
Aperture Girl said subscribing for that comment.
Which comment?
Probably me.
For you? Okay.
Appy, please tell me.
The drama. Tired of the drama about the food?
Food drama.
Mohawk Mom says Auntie wants her food.
I mean, considering I ordered it like 2 hours ago.
He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case, this situation. Man, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no.
Yeah. Thanks, Sonia.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you,
And
Appy.
yes or no,
Welcome.
can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket in the tinfoil?
Did you set this up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
No, she could have been murdered differently.
Wow.
And
They're
this is
probably
why we
laughing
get
their asses off right now.
this is why we get this is why
Wow.
we get $2 for our what is it
Oh,
called?
this lady.
Our ads. We get $2.
Oh my gosh. That
Here,
was-
let's watch Auntie again. That was
was-
worth it.
you want me to
Please
go
watch
back?
that again. Please
right.
watch that again.
Auntie's reaction's great too.
Yeah, it
Yes,
is.
and we normally don't, do that on this channel. We don't say those words, but Auntie could not hold back. That's
Not
how
on that one.
This lady they had done this several times leading up to this, where she just would not give this defense attorney what he wanted. He wanted her a yes or no question. She refused over and over. So that's how we got here.
It was great.
This is drama.
Fantastic.
Drama.
He's on his way. I can follow him.
When it was wrapped in the blanket and when it was wrapped in tissue.
Yes, I can. She's gonna say yes, I can.
I have no reason for this child to be dead.
Yes or no, doctor?
Nobody can tell exactly of the state of her body except that she cannot breathe with the foil and the bag.
And the blanket.
Ask the court to instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
If he's asked you the question, the answer is yes or no. I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. You'll have an opportunity to explain.
I think this sealed it. I really do.
I do too.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead. Other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
Sidebar.
Okay.
I was loving it. At this point,
I kind of side with witnesses in these situations. To me, it seems like you say, you know what, if you've got it's really not a yes or no question.
What she's saying is the logic isn't there. In order for them to do all of that to the body, she would have to still be alive, because otherwise there's no reason to do all that to the body.
Right.
You wouldn't need to cover it with a blanket and tinfoil and a garbage bag unless you were trying to keep the child from breathing.
Because there's an art to their craft.
Yes.
And they come back and they give what they believe happened. And sometimes they are wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there's different opinions.
I would say yes, and I would still give my reason.
Yeah.
Lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's great, Sonia.
And I understand.
She reminds me of our old neighbor. It was from
Romania.
Romania, yeah. Same kind of thing.
If the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead? When it
You're
was
funny.
placed in the blanket and the tinfoil.
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
No, she could have been murdered differently.
Wow.
That was great. They're probably laughing their asses off right now.
Wow.
That's so funny.
Oh my gosh. That is so good.
And look at her. She doesn't care. Look at her face.
I'm going to guess this jury's not liking the defense attorney either. Man, I mean, I think.
She is great.
Yeah. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. She's a stone cold. Yeah, she knows. She knows what she did, right? Oh, that's so good.
Oh, that was so good.
Oh man, that was really good.
That was good.
Man,
that was quick-witted too. No, she could have been murdered in a different way.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So man, that's just.
That was the punch of the whole case. That was the biggest punch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm that might have just sealed the whole thing. Just that moment. And then
that was amazing.
The next morning when they came back, they had that struck from the record, her comment, but And then they say, don't consider that, but how do you not, you can't forget what you've heard. It's like when they tell you, don't, when Megan doesn't take the stand, well, you can't consider that. That doesn't imply guilt or innocence. It would to me, though. I mean, there's still human nature.
I kind of felt like that too, that kind of won it.
Yeah. I mean, the defense kind of won this for the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the defense had an uphill battle anyway, because I think we all know she did this. There's not really, I mean, she's responsible for this. It was really more, were they going to be able to prove it beyond the reasonable doubt, because they don't have they don't have a witness to it. They don't have video of her doing it. They really just have her lies and cover up, some fingerprints. That's really what the whole case was based on, right? Basically, just her own testimony or her own interrogations, inconsistencies, the fingerprints on the trash can, motive. So in a way, it wasn't a slam dunk case. They didn't even try to use cell phone data to prove that she was there or anything like that. No geo-tracking. And she had swapped phones with people, apparently. So that was going to be a difficult, that might be why they didn't try that, because apparently she was swapping phones with folks, which is weird.
I always, I don't understand that.
But the bar was reasonable doubt, like the prosecutor said. This is not beyond the shadow of a doubt in Tennessee. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the only reasonable conclusion you could come to is that Megan's responsible. Which again makes me think of another case that we're following. And I think with that bar, with the reasonable doubt bar and not the beyond a shadow of a doubt measure, I think you can get a conviction on the Sebastian Rogers case.
Mm-hmm.
With what we know. And they've got more than that. That's what I think.
Everybody loved that.
Yeah.
I think Auntie's food is here.
I think it is too.
What a big letdown that she didn't just come and tell us.
Ours is ready also, actually.
You can go. I'll talk to people for a minute. You go ahead and get it going, and I'll be there in a minute. This wasn't her first rodeo. Actually, I was thinking about, I didn't, if you guys are okay with it, I didn't get to see all of the defense yesterday.
Oh, I think that would be good to hear. You mean the closing arguments? I think they'd like to hear it.
Okay. Because I had to step out and take Middle E to the doctor. So while we're waiting, if you guys are not opposed to it, I would like to watch that again, if that's okay. Let me know in the comments if you are opposed to it or you are not opposed to it. Let's see.
I had to take the dogs out to potty. My food is not here, but it is. I'm watching, and he's almost on the street. So I'm having a grilled chicken Caesar salad. Someone asked what I was having.
Did it come?
What?
It came?
No, I said I had to take the dogs out to potty. They were barking at me to go potty. So that's what I was doing. And my food he's just pulled in on the street. So he should be here any minute.
Well, I was going to play the defense attorney again because I didn't get to hear that because I was out running an errand. If that's okay.
Sure. I think that would be great. I thought that was really compelling. I thought the arguments were good.
No, I was going to hear the defense attorney.
Oh, yeah. He was
I heard him yelling. I remember, I was like, why is this man yelling?
Hey, Jude, I would love for you to bring me something, but actually I just got the notification. It's been dropped off. So I'm going to go get it. It's at the door.
Okay.
I'm going to mute it.
I agree with you, Opinionated. I agree. Opinionated says, we really need to educate people again about the option of adoption. It's become a stigma again, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't become a stigma. There are plenty of families out there that have love in their heart and the ability to raise a child. And I think that I think that, we might, if the stigma was removed, that we might see a lot less of this. I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, in the past 4 or 5 years, I feel like we've been seeing more of this stuff. Oh, there's Auntie. She's so excited. She's so excited. Right. Yeah, the foster mom is the only one that really stood up for her. You're right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to want to let go of this a little bit, even though we kind of know what's happening. But it is, I don't know. I don't know if let go is the right way to say it, but it's kind of hard. Because I don't feel like we really know what happened to Evelyn. I don't know if you guys feel like that. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Jude. Well, it was nice of you to think of her. The cameraman's going to be in jail for 10 days. Oh, my stars. And from what I was seeing on Court TV, they were saying that, or was it Law and Crime, that the camera person was local, and that they contract the feed through them. So I guess that's how that happened.
I don't think the cameraman's going to jail for 10 days. I think he has a court date in 10 days for what happened.
Right. Open adoption is also that's becoming more common these days. That's true. All right. I want to see the defense attorney. So I'm going to play the defense attorney. Hold on. I gotta I forgot. I've let Mr. E take over, and I've just about forgot what I was doing. Let's see. Okay. Let's see.
I'm going to hide me while I eat some of my food, but I'm going to be listening.
Okay. Aw, spooky wife Amy, I'm sorry that your migraine's coming back. I hope you feel better. And also, I'm not sure if you were in here yesterday, but I did see the coffee you sent, and I appreciate that so much. We all do. It was very kind of you. I guess people had been trying to send us coffee for a while, and it wasn't until another subscriber had told me that they couldn't send it, and I checked it out, and they were right. I hadn't set it up all the way. We are in the United States, and we live in Tennessee, and we live in the town that Sebastian Rogers went missing in. And that is how we started our channel, because we have an autistic child, and it hit very close to home, because it is here locally. And with Sebastian's diagnosis, it hit really super close to home. And we're almost on a year now that he went missing February 20. I mean, there's some debate on that, but February 26th, he was reported missing in 2024. And we're getting ready to get close to that date. So, and after months and months of the three of us discussing it privately, our other son, Middle E, encouraged us to start a channel. So we did, because we felt like that people were getting a lot of things wrong because they weren't local. And here we are. And we have gotten to know some of these lovely people, and we appreciate you guys so much. It's been a really great experience. And we've met some of the best people just, through this platform. We didn't even know this world existed. And here you guys are. And it's just been wonderful. Biggest hearted, most wonderful people. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and start this. Okay. Can't hear it. Okay.
We are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you, the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
So this is the closing statement by the defense yesterday. The defense was there was no defense.
I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closure and wanting you to play on your emotions. Jury instructions will tell you that this case is not about your emotions. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute. But the state seems to be putting forth the theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear.
Okay, this is real quick. Precious Lavender Buttons. Do you guys do streams on Sunday nights only? Well, that was the plan. Okay, little background. In December, our son had a significant medical emergency. Had to have not emergency surgery, but had something happen, and he had to have a very dangerous surgery. The pathology for the surgery did not come back the way we hoped. So he is currently going through a variety of treatments. And so we, for weeks and weeks and weeks, just had a very difficult time with the diagnosis and did not come back to the stream. We took a break, probably 6 weeks or so. And then once we came back, we said we were only going to do Sunday nights because the kids, because of the treatments that we're doing daily, it's we don't do them on the weekends. So that was the only night that we could really work out to do it. But with this Megan Boswell trial, I had been bugging Aunt E and Mr. E about it a lot. And I was going to watch it anyway. So we decided to go ahead and live stream it. We've kind of taken a little vacay from work to do that. And here we are. So normally we wouldn't be doing this every day. We would just be doing the Sunday nights because it works better in all of our schedules right now for that. But we are, who knows? I don't know. We might just start doing daytime streams. This seems to work pretty well. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But I'm certain that we'll be talking about Sebastian very soon. And now thank you guys so much for your prayers. The orange hearts you see in chat are for our son, Middle E. He's going through a very difficult time, and we appreciate, all of your prayers, and we appreciate you guys being here and all of your support for us. We love you guys so much, and we really do appreciate it.
Various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well checks. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what
Thank you guys.
do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had to.
Okay. Krista Beck says it is live. I am not seeing it. Oh, is this live? No, this is the defense attorney's closing statements from yesterday. We're kind of just killing some time and hoping the jury will come back soon with the sentencing. So that's just what we're doing. And thank you guys so much for the orange hearts. Orange is his favorite color. And someone asked us that on our stream. We had a very emotional stream a few weeks ago, kind of trying to explain our situation. We're trying to be a little bit vague because, of his privacy. But it has been a really hard time for our family and hard time for him. And, believe it or not, the orange hearts make a difference. We'll see orange hearts all over the place. Yeah. And we go in to visit our friends on other channels and everybody just goes crazy with the orange hearts. And it really does mean a lot to us. Sorry, I'm going to get all.
I know you need to stop.
I'm going to stop.
Stop doing that.
I'm going to start crying. Yes, he does play computer games, Aperture Girl. He does. Okay, I'm going to start crying. So I'm going to go ahead and keep playing this because this guy makes me mad. So it'll get me back on track.
Daughter diaper needed to be changed. The ones where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime. And by that point, she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying, I love you over and over again to her. So, again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things. They might talk or whatever they might do. She just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn is the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about a home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was laid in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? Then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Sonia.
She saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to
Thank all of you guys. It's really sweet.
Give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name was, can't remember his name honestly. That's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early.
Go ahead.
She thought he was the father.
I'll pause it.
I don't know. This whole part, I just thought was a strange direction to go. I'm not sure how this helped her. Why are you even doing this?
I don't know.
I don't know how that helps her, not knowing who the father of her child is.
That's one of my big disappointments from this, is that we didn't learn who the father is. I know it's none of our business. I don't know. I think it's just one of those things where when you hear in the opening statement that Ethan is not the father of the baby, you're like, well, who is? So you want to know. So,
Auntie, you're muted.
Auntie, you're muted.
I think another thing that's odd is the fact that they, in the character witnesses, bring out the fact that she was assaulted. You know what I'm saying without saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not bring that out? Her record from obviously social services, because that was in what the paperwork that the foster mom got. She said that she knew about that. Why would you not bring that out in the defense to show that she had been abused that way, to make people feel more sympathy for her? Because all of those things would have softened the blow a little bit of what she did. Even if it didn't make it right in their mind, it might give them enough sympathy for her to not necessarily convict. And so I find it really odd that they mention this in his closing arguments, but they have evidence that we now know that they had that they didn't bring up that could have possibly played a difference in what the outcome. I just think it's weird.
Yeah, I think it was a weird strategy.
Dogs jumping in my lap.
I would like to hear him after this is all over and just kind of try to understand I wonder if he'll talk about what his strategy was. Like, I wonder if it's just like, I don't know how to say it. The prosecution puts on their presentation, all their witnesses. They go a week with all this, and almost by saying the defense rests. Is it almost like you're trying to be almost
dramatic? Just
be like to the jury, we don't even need to put up a defense. They didn't prove anything.
No,
is it almost like
I think W. Smith said it the other day pretty well, is that she has no friends and they don't have any money for expert witnesses.
Yeah, that was a good point.
I thought that was a really good point. Yes, Sharon, welcome in. Megan's mom was arrested after her testimony today for an outstanding warrant. OMG.
Yeah, everybody's going to jail. So they threw the mom in jail. Megan's going for probably life, and the cameraman, now he's looking at some time.
And then
showing the jury.
I'm not going to read the whole question, but I mean, the answer to that for me is
there was evidence.
Who knows?
Well, the foster mom said it was in her records.
Well, I mean, but again, look who we're talking about.
Right.
The foster mom was pretty credible.
The foster mom's credible, but Megan herself is proven to not be credible.
But that doesn't mean that there's obvious. I'm sorry, but truancy is not a reason to be taken out of the home. It is not.
Auntie knows all about the CPS stuff.
Truancy is brought to court. The parents go to court. They don't put you in foster care for truancy.
Right.
That whole story is kind of is false information, because the way court systems work and schools work is they report truancy. It goes through the district, through the truancy officers. They go to court. They apply to court, and the parents go to court and receive sentencing for a child not going to school. That's not it. They don't get assigned to foster care. So there was neglect issues, I guarantee, coming from the school, that they had called CPS. She had possibly reported the prior offense or prior assault. All of that may have played into where she was. And that may have been why she even placed the fatherhood on Ethan, because she did have a relationship with him and she didn't want anyone else to know that it truly came from another source, her pregnancy. So I think there's a lot of story here to unpack that we don't really know all the details for, but you don't go to foster care for truancy and truancy alone. And that's what the court would have made you believe. And also, that was something else. The defense, it would have cost him nothing to go over her CPS reports and why she went to foster care and to kind of lay the background of her horrible child life, a childhood.
Right.
That all would have helped soften the jury's decision making for her. And they didn't do it. He just didn't do her justice. He didn't. And as a defense attorney, I don't feel like he did a good job.
I feel like the guy that spoke today was way better. So, oh wait, no, he was for prosecution. No, I'm getting confused. It's been a lot of days.
Well, Jules said that one of her nephews was taken out of her sister's home and placed with aunt for truancy. Typically, that's not the way truancy is handled in a school district and in a county. You go to court and you file truancy charges on a child. Sorry. Hey. And then, hang on, I'm going to mute.
Okay. Well, okay. I want to say thank you to, go ahead.
Yeah. You're good. You got it.
Thank you, Serenity. That is so sweet of you. We really appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're so sweet. And read it out loud.
I was listening to character witnesses, and many people have a bad home life, but they don't unalive their kids. She needs life with no parole.
Okay. And I am going to play you our favorite super chat song.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
So much.
Shirley brings up a really good point too about the Sebastian case. She said, I have concerns about Tennessee CPS department. Look at Sebastian's 5 reports and he was left in the home and now he is missing. I will tell you, he should have been placed in foster care way before Megan should have been placed in foster care for truancy. Truancy doesn't work that way. Truancy is a court order, and then you bring the parents up on charges. So
we don't know the background. There could have been other reasons, though. She could have had other CPS cases in the past, and the truancy was just like the final.
but usually that goes I've had parents put in jail because of truancy, and the child still has not gone to foster care.
I understand what you're saying, but there could have been other CPS cases involving something else, and then they were just like, we're done with these people.
Well, and it could be.
No, I don't think so. I checked. Also, I wanted to say something special.
See, they're saying.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me finish my thought, and then I'll go check.
Okay.
Sparkling bubbles. That was very sweet of you to say. From one special needs mama to another, cry when you got it. It makes us stronger. We're not weaker. We are human and doing our best for our babies. A mother's tears are testament of love, not weakness. Thank you so much. And also Don B had a good point too. And I think that's interesting. Don B says his strategy was to show proof that Megan actually unalived.
You might want to turn it on.
I'm going.
I'm seeing it on channel 5 that WCYB.
All right, here we are.
Possibly.
Here we are. I'm going to take it off mute. I got to make it bigger though.
So all I need is Jesus is saying judge has ordered no cameras while jury reads sentencing. Then after jury is done speaking, the judge will notify cameras to turn audio back on and the sentence will be repeated.
Yep, just kind of like earlier.
Yeah. Boy, it's going to be hard to see Megan. You can see her up in the top there in the light dress. Maybe we'll get an indication from her reaction as to how it went.
Thank you guys for letting us know. I had been checking pretty regularly.
Well, they've got sound right now.
Well, this seems to be their what are those called? Kind of like the cameras maybe
Closed
outside the
circuit or
courtroom,
whatever.
closed circuit. Yeah.
Yeah, Pyrinator was who I saw letting us know that they were coming back, and was saying that I guess the jury had a question about sentencing. So I don't know if they got the answer. And I'm sorry, I was clicking on
That's
something.
okay. I was just showing that Mohawk Mom said 5 cases at that address in 14 months in Sebastian's case. Yes, that's what Tony said.
Yep. One in late January.
Hi, Lisa A. Welcome in.
If you don't mind.
And I would imagine all those CPS cases could be evidence.
Where are you located, Appy Girl or Aperture Girl? Appy.
I forgot to make y'all a copy. He's making it.
Which story?
I forgot to make you each a copy. He went to make it.
Oh, that's so cool. I have one of my really close friends is from South Africa. The whole family's from South Africa, but one of my really close friends is from South Africa. Awesome. That's probably why you like my sense of humor. She loves my sense of humor. Can you take this dog? This dog is trying to get my food.
I don't need a notebook. Well, yeah, I do. I got to put it in there.
Yes, Kiki. Megan's mother was arrested upon leaving.
All right. We'll have to bring the jury in and I'll read them.
But not
This supplemental
involving Evelyn.
instruction to answer the question. And I have to staple the actual handwritten question to the back of the. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Everyone? stand, please. Maybe seated, thank you.
Okay. Supplemental instruction number 1. Members of the jury. Each instruction to you or response by the court to any request from the jury is required to be reduced to writing. You are not to place undue emphasis on this response. This instruction should carefully be considered along with all previous instructions in light of and in harmony with the others. Question 1, quote, is it correct if we only use and sign one sheet per count? Question mark, end quote. Signed for person 2/13/2000.
I have to unmute us. Okay, what happened? Okay.
But do we
I've
know
got
what?
another one. I've got another one. Relax. I'm going to keep trying. I've got a few of them up on the screen.
I've got to go. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Let's stop sharing that. Let's go back this way. What is going on? Oh. Let me see if it's back on. Nope, they took it down again. What is going on? Let's see this one. Nope.
So it looks like they had a question about how to do the paperwork. And I don't know. I was trying to find the answer to this, just Google searching, and I can't quite find an answer to that.
Darn it.
Yeah, they. I don't know if he got officially arrested, but they told him to come back in 10 days for his sentencing for contempt of court for showing the jurors. I guess apparently the judge said he was so angry he didn't want to do the sentencing today, that he wanted to have a. I mean, I guess it's some self-awareness to know that the judge needs to have a cooling off period before he sentences this guy.
Yeah, it's not showing up anywhere right now. I'm watching. Well, darn it. I'm wondering if we should just try to go back live when it comes back, or I feel bad having everybody just hang out here waiting on us
it's happening.
Well, that's true.
Regardless, whatever's happening, we might can find some social media people.
I'm watching. I'm looking everywhere.
But I think they just had a question about the paperwork. So that would, to me, that would mean that they're going to go back, do the paperwork properly, and then come back with their decision. So I don't think this will be very long, because it seems like they've got like Real Me Too saying maybe it'll be quick now that they have an answer, because they just want to know how to fill out the paperwork.
Okay,
so they've got their answer, so maybe we'll know.
Well, it would be nice to be able to go ahead and know.
Excuse me. Hope I hit that mute button. Appy is saying, I remember seeing in the other group, and they said that they are turning off cameras until the judge is done reading something to the jury, and then it will come back when the sentencing is read out. So maybe cameras are just completely off for that reason.
Yeah. Let's see. We were watching the defense attorney.
Yeah, the cameraman ruined it for us.
I know. He warned. What was it? What do you? I know Angel Wings has been here the whole time. Was it the first or second day he warned? He warned them the first day for the flash photography.
Right off the bat. It was one of the very first things that happened.
And then the second day, wasn't the second day he warned them about showing the defense's laptop?
It was very early, yeah, like that.
It's annoying.
So we could cover the trial for the cameraman in 10 days.
I mean, it is true crime.
A very minor crime, maybe, but we could go cover that if it's televised. Can anything change about the trial? I mean, they can appeal.
She's gonna, she's gonna appeal. That's why she didn't take the stand.
I mean, anything. There's always some technical thing that could have gone wrong where they declare a mistrial or whatever. Was it the Murdoch case that Auntie always talks about, where they're looking at doing that whole trial all over again because a court clerk talked to one of the jurors during the trial and said something about pay attention to this person's body language, and that might make the whole thing, just that simple thing might get the whole thing tossed and start over.
Kiki, we are going to try really hard. We're trying to make that happen. With the medical stuff, it may be a little difficult, but I think we're going to try. Empirical says, I think she gets a minimum of 40 years with possibility of parole. Thoughts? I don't know.
I don't think 40 is even a possibility.
I thought the minimum was, I thought it was 51 or life.
I think that's what I thought.
This might be, well, she served 5. If it's 51, it'd be 46. But then some people were saying something about how with good behavior, it could be 85% of the sentence or something. So she could, I don't think that's happening though. I think because this jury came back so quickly. So how does it work with the jury doing the sentencing? Do they have to be unanimous?
I don't know. When I was looking it up earlier,
Unanimous, I mean.
When I was looking it up earlier, yes, I think they do. I think they have to agree the same way.
So what happens if 11 of them believe? What do? They just stay in there until somebody cracks, or how does it work?
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, this judge is no nonsense. Hi, Don B. Don B said she could try for misrepresentation. In my opinion, I think you're right. Hi, Deanna. And Kiki, if we are there, we will absolutely love to meet you as well.
Great.
That would be awesome. We are, I would say 99% chance out of 100. So
we'll have to look up Tennessee because in Florida, the first one that pulled up was Florida. It says the timing requiring a unanimous jury determination. So it depends on the state. In federal court, juries must reach unanimous verdicts, but I'm not. I don't see it for sentencing. Okay. In all federal court, juries must reach a unanimous verdict on sentencing in criminal trials. This requirement applies to all issues left to the jury, including punishment. The Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution requires unanimity in jury verdicts in both federal and state criminal trials.
Interesting.
So that's your answer.
So if it's not unanimous, then they'll go with the lesser.
Deanna doesn't know. Deanna's new back here. Tell her the good news.
So early this morning, they came back and they found her guilty on all 20 counts, and they charged her with first degree as well, because they did have the option to go with a lesser charge for that, but they went with first degree on that. So
here's what Don thinks. I know people in that area are very forgiving, and knowing her family life, I'd say the jury will give her life with parole.
Yeah,
all right. Okay. So raise your hand in chat or put a Y in chat if you think Don is right. I actually think he might be right about that, but they came back pretty quick.
I mean, it's such a heinous thing that happened to her. That's the thing. It's not like she just, like in a rage, what she did, the binding, the upside down, the whole thing, the treatment of that body.
I just think she snapped. I really do. I think she was just. I mean, look at her trailer. Look at how she lived in that filth so quickly. They hadn't even been there 3 months, and it looked that bad. I mean, I think she got this new job, and she was working a whole bunch of hours, and her biggest with the baby, and I think it just something snapped. But that's just my opinion. I don't think we'll ever know.
So
yeah, and you know what? That Grandma Chachi had a good point. She said, "I just don't understand why she wasn't placed in foster care at a younger age instead of 17 years old." And they claim her life was horrible going back to her younger years, but no excuse, of course, for her actions. I'm wondering about the siblings the younger siblings that she basically raised. Had they been in foster care? Because it sounds like they are with Tommy, the father.
Well, we talked about this last night, that Tommy seems to have pulled his life together since he and Angela separated.
Yes.
I mean, we don't know what happens behind closed doors ever, but as far as appearance, from the outside looking in, he seems to have it way more together than Angela. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about Megan's parents. And he is remarried to another woman, correct?
Actually,
and they're getting divorced as well.
He and Ashley got married. It was his fiance at the time, and then I think now they're already getting divorced. He mentioned that he said his ex-wife.
This is a good point. That is a good point.
Bad Log Files says, but you have to realize that we have a lot of people who have moved into this area. We don't know if the jury is made up of East Tennessee people or people who have lived here for a while.
Well, that's funny because we moved in the last 2 or 3 years, and my husband has gotten called twice for jury duty in our new place. We live. Oh, sorry.
Well,
man, that is just chaos.
While that's going on, I'll answer Melissa's question. Melissa says, was she pregnant when she went into foster care? Yes. And Eric is from the Kingsport area, and he thinks Megan, in my opinion, will get life without parole. And Rod Ramswell said judge had camera dude arrested, yet he called jurors by name yesterday. Then they switched to court cameras and showed 3 more jurors walking in. They best drop any charge on the camera dude. That's a good point. And
he can hold himself in contempt
Evelyn's
of his
father
own court.
is still unknown. Yes, empirical. That as far as we know.
We did find out that she had been assaulted.
That's a better word, yeah.
Assaulted, and speculating that maybe that was the father, the person that assaulted her, but we don't really know.
Ooh, Castle's disagreeing with you.
I disagree with what, though? I didn't say anything about. I don't give excuses for. I wasn't giving excuses. I didn't say anything that I'm talking about the foster care system, but I still think she's absolutely 100% responsible for her crimes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know what, maybe you misunderstood what I thought, but no,
I got cut off with the dog.
Somebody's saying it's back on.
Okay, I'll check again. You guys keep talking.
I was talking about jury duty. We lived in one place a very short time, and my husband's been called twice for jury duty, and we lived in another area for over 20 years, and he never got called for jury duty. So I think it's weird because we were talking about the jury
showing
duty
the people.
Day.
It's just showing. Okay, it is on, but what it is it's the news. I can check and see what they're saying, but
Don made a good point too. He said so much generation.
Oh, wait, it is back on. Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. No, it's these people talking.
Someone in our chat is saying that she got life with parole, but they just announced
it's already been read.
The May 22nd date there. So, but that is the recommendation from the jury is the life in prison is what they recommend for Megan.
Okay. Hold on. I don't know what's going on.
Can you go back to sentencing?
Hold on. I don't know what's going on.
You're echoing. Big time. Trevor Lee didn't put up the sentencing. And he's there, I believe. You guys are muted. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, we've got dog. Okay.
You got major echo. Can't hear you. You're muted.
We've got dogs barking.
Oh, okay.
And I was trying to figure out what's going on. Hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, I'm going to just play a tiny bit of this newscast, but I'll have to put an overlay on it. Is that okay with everybody? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, can you guys hear it?
No.
You can't hear it?
No.
Nothing. I hear nothing.
Oh, I don't have it on the stage. I'm not doing very good. Okay, hold on.
That's not it.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to find it. Yes. The reason you can't hear it is because I didn't have it up.
Report.
Did it just stop?
Mm-hmm.
What is going on?
Can you rewind it?
Yeah, I will.
Getting here today, guilty on all 19 charges.
Okay, we'll start right there.
But Megan Boswell found guilty on all 19 charges, and today sentenced with 3 life sentences. They're recommended, I should say, by the jury. We'll return you back to regular programming and have complete coverage of this beginning here today at 5 on News 5 and, of course, online as well.
This is a News 5
What?
special report.
I gotta go back.
There had to be more than that.
Okay, I'm going back. I'm just gonna go way back here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You have May the 22nd. Instead of 23rd.
I do.
We'll use that instead.
We can.
Thank you.
That good with the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right, May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30.
Okay, I'm
Do the
starting.
whole thing. Because
Hear more from We'll hear
Okay.
more from Judge Jim Goodwin once the jury is out of the courtroom. There, we'll continue to watch and listen back in at this point.
All right.
Can you take
Ms.
down the chat?
Boswell, in count 1, the jury of your peers having set your punishment, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 2, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 3, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. We'll have to set this for sentencing hearing where we'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial at Carter County the very next month. It's not good.
May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd. Instead of 23rd.
I do.
We'll use that instead.
We can.
Thank you.
That good with the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right, May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m. Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else to say.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Judge. I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scott was primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved as co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell
All right.
going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Court will be recessed till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, there we see the feed stopping there out of the criminal courtroom there. 3 counts of life, 3 life sentences, basically what the jury is recommending on those first 3 charges for the first-degree murder, felony murder and second felony murder charge there. That would be life, we would understand, with the possibility of parole.
Yes, he has to serve a full 51 years before she'd be eligible for parole. If you count the 5 years, which we will count the 5 years she has already served, so she would be 69 years of age before she would be eligible to get out of jail. Now, that is the recommendation from the jury. The official sentencing will happen May 22nd at 1:30.
And that has to come from the judge. Then we also have to count the counts 4 through 20, the other charges that she was convicted of this morning as well. There will be sentencing that will come with those, and
along with fines,
and all of that will come together on that the May 22nd date there. So, but that is the recommendation from the jury, is the life in prison is what they've recommended for Megan Boswell.
So she will be eligible for parole, is what we're learning. We will have much more coverage on the Megan Boswell verdict and the sentencing coming up on News 5, and of course online and on all our outlets.
All of our digital platforms as well. You have all of our coverage as well throughout this trial. But Megan Boswell found guilty on all 19 charges, and today sentenced with 3 life sentences. They're recommended, I should say, by the jury. We'll return you back to regular programming and have complete coverage of this beginning here today at 5 on News 5 and of course online as well.
Well, there you go, guys.
Yeah, did they say that though? Did they say with parole?
They didn't, but obviously they got clarification through some means, because they surely wouldn't have reported it. But see, they recommend to the judge, and then the judge actually administers sentencing based on their recommendations.
So that's why he's waiting till May.
Yes.
So he's going to take their recommendation and then go back and kind of decide what he wants to do. Is that what you're saying? I'm going to pull this down. Do you want me to play it again, or we?
No, I think I got it.
We got it. Okay. I'm going to pull it down.
But they didn't. I mean, unless the reporter has a source or heard something that we did not see, they didn't say anything about the parole there. Not in that clip. Pyrinator in here is saying
some confusion on that.
That they have a source inside that's
inside the courthouse
that she got without parole. So I don't know. So we'll kind of pay attention to that.
Then they said if she got parole, though, I'm pretty sure she has to get it approved by the state's parole board.
Let me see what Trevor says, because he also has a source inside.
He has to
look. The jury recommended life with parole for 3 murder charges. The official sentencing will happen May 22nd on counts 4 through 20. We'll have sentences as well. If given life with parole, no other sentences added on, she'll be eligible for parole at 69. So,
and that is a recommendation. I think the judge does have final say.
I would guess that would be concurrently. I don't think he would stack 3 life sentences like that.
No.
I would be surprised, but I suppose he could. Okay, so Trevor Lee is saying life with parole.
I think that's what the news reported. So,
okay, so maybe that was outside of the clip that we saw. You know, I don't know. So that's how it appears, is that with parole. So still, you know, it's essentially a life sentence or pretty close to it. You know, till you're 69 years old. I mean, 50 years.
Well, I mean, she hasn't gotten anything yet. This is their recommendation. She hasn't gotten anything.
Cody said, just got a call from family that is in court, and it is 3 life with parole recommended.
Okay. So that's probably accurate then.
Opinionated says I'm angry.
Here you go though. This is what she's going to have to deal with. People do not look, inmates do not look favorably on people that have charges against children. And this is something that she will probably have to deal with on a daily basis with other inmates. Other
moms. Yeah.
That aren't that heinous, that are just there for other reasons. She's going to have basically hell on earth for the next 50.
Yeah, she would still have to get approved.
Yes.
To get parole. And Henhouse says this is the society we live in now.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
you know, we have cases all the time where you hear people, red room against another red room. You know, you have people that do that, and they're out in 2 or 3 years. So you got to get consider our justice system today. This is a crime against a child. It is a mother that has done this to her child. However, we have cases all the time, folks, where they're getting out of jail in 3 or 4 or 5 years for the same thing, a cold-blooded, red room.
That's a good point. And it's not red room, it's red rum.
Red rum. Red rum.
You've seen that movie a million times.
I know.
Girl mom says, and he might look at her age when she would be eligible. She wouldn't be able to have children. So, and Castle's agreeing with your statement.
Yeah, Real Me Too is saying she'll be in protective custody.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, and Women's Warrior, I got your email, and you can absolutely. Women's Warrior is starting a channel and is looking for moderators. So if anybody wants to help Women's Warrior out, let her know in chat. And if you want to email me, I can forward it on to her. So she's starting a channel. I'm trying to remember how she described it. Do you remember?
I couldn't describe it like she did.
It's a mental health.
Yes. But if you want to write that in the chat, that'd be great.
That John Mathis, we need to check that out. I would like to see how someone profiles her.
Absolutely, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure Women's Warriors channel will be great. Just her comments and things and activity on it. I'm sure
she'll be covering the cases, however, covering the mitigating factors in the cases based around her knowledge and experience and training. For instance, domestic violence, addiction support, recovery, maintenance, safety plans for current victims, and advice for survivors.
Very good.
So cool.
Very good. I like it.
But she's looking for moderators to help her out with her new channel. So if you're interested, please let her know. And if you don't feel comfortable putting information in here, you can always email it to us and we'll pass it along for you.
And Cody said, knowing this judge, I really don't think he will take the recommendation. He has done this before.
Ooh, interesting.
That is interesting.
Do you think he might lay the hammer?
Shining star?
I did not get the feeling that he was a fan of this girl throughout the trial.
I think he's hard-nosed.
Mm-hmm. I think he would. I could see that.
Oh, wow.
But
hi, Lolly. Welcome in.
Oh my gosh, Diane. If she's in the general population, someone with kitchen duty will be coming after her with tinfoil. Wow.
Oh, Diane. That was a visual.
I mean, it's
I'm just telling you that kind of
she'll
stuff.
be famous in there.
No, I don't. Yeah, I think you're right.
Who was it? Cody was saying that just being from there, they think the judge might. I mean, I guess it generally doesn't happen. Judges usually go with what the jury says.
That's what she said.
Yeah. But if he has a history of kind of doing his own thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. Opinionated says, I'm just angry because I'm comparing this verdict to some with lesser charges and it's not fair.
That's right. You're right.
I think
it's not fair.
I think for me, I'm just glad this did not end up being a Casey Anthony deal.
Right. Because it could, I mean, it looked touch and go there for a little bit. Did it not? Until the defense decided to not put up a defense at all.
I think that
that sealed it.
I think she could appeal based on the defense's lack of defense. I mean, I really think she could. And I thought it was interesting when the co-counsel said he asked to be relieved from the case from here on out because he was doing it all pro bono. So he was basically doing it for free as a backup, a defender. And, the state had to pay this guy. And did you hear him say that he had another case, a red room case?
It doesn't matter. We've said it a million times. We're going to get like $1 for the stream. It's fine.
Well, plus I'm assuming when we play all these videos that say all these words.
Yeah, they say the R word. And don't worry about it. I'm just kidding you.
That's a good question.
Girl Mom 2, E-Family, what was the biggest takeaway from this case that you all got comparing it to Sebastian's case, if that makes sense?
Well, that's part of the reason we were interested in this. We wanted to see how TBI handled it.
We could take turns on this. question. It's pretty good.
Biggest takeaway?
Mhm.
I feel like that, I mean, for me, and then I'll have to step away and go to the restroom. I'm not going to hear yours. But the biggest takeaway for me is I actually was pretty impressed with TBI, which in the past I have not been. And so I was impressed with their methods. I really enjoyed the fella too. He wasn't with TBI.
FBI.
The FBI guy that was with the CART team.
Yeah.
He was pretty impressive as well. And what they can do is impressive. I was actually hoping to gain more insight into how they do things, which I wish, and maybe someday they'll go into further detail about that. But I have more faith in TBI than I did going into it. That was my biggest takeaway.
I actually don't. I actually think I have a little less faith in. I just didn't see the level of professionalism that I've seen in other states with putting it all together and presenting it in a package with the TBI, the evidence. I don't know. I felt like a lot of questions were still unanswered, and it may have been the prosecution's way that they put it together that made it seem kind of not as cohesive, but there was just something about it. I just felt like it still lacked the level of professionalism I saw in that South Carolina case. It was, they were just boom. They were on it. And it was all so laid out, like it was so visual. And with this case, you really had to stretch it to see the questioning and the interviews. Had we not just had those interviews, I don't know that we would have had a case against her with all the lies. I don't know. I still don't feel like with Sebastian's case, we have enough information for what they can get, because what they got in this case, and I'll stop here, but what they got in this case was just Instagram or Facebook conversations and very few text messaging. You know that they text messaged far more than what we saw. And I don't know. I just felt like we didn't see a lot of evidence. And
they may not have needed it though. They may not have thought they needed it.
They may not have, and we just don't know what they have. But I'm still just not impressed. I'm not that impressed with it. I do not think they've got the ability, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't see it. If like I said, watch another case where they do it right, and you'll see how wrong.
Well, no, and this is the first case that I've actually sat down and watched start to finish. So, other than watching a summary, or you know what I mean. So I understand what you're saying, and I know that you were extremely impressed with other cases that you've watched in the past, and I agree with you on that. I think you don't realize how little faith I've had in it. So,
well, that's true.
And I feel better about it. I feel like the people that spoke from TBI were, very professional and really knew their stuff. The fingerprint guy, he was amazing.
The technology guy was good.
Yes.
I thought he was good. And the fingerprint guy that was went to that nth degree. He actually went down himself and took the fingerprints because they were not doing it well at the sheriff's office. The 3 times they did it, he went down and did it. And I thought that was impressive.
Mm-hmm. So, well, Mr. E, what about you?
From the trial itself, I think my biggest takeaway is that Sebastian's case is solvable and can be prosecuted successfully without having a slam dunk. Because this really wasn't a slam dunk in a lot of ways,
right?
Because they don't even know what day this happened.
They still haven't really told us.
They don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
Why. They don't really know why or even where. There's a lot of questions about.
Yes.
Because I don't think it happened in the Playhouse. I think she was moved there later. So we don't know. There's a lot we don't know about what happened to her.
Don's got a good point here. Nobody really had to work on any evidence. It was found with Evelyn, basically, and social media with Megan's account. He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. You're right. I guess I don't know. I was impressed with the caliber of the agents, I guess, is what I should say.
So and also just, I did not realize that our the reasonable doubt bar is different than the beyond a shadow of a doubt bar.
Right.
And so if they're going to build a circumstantial case, this one I think they can bring. If it were a beyond the shadow of a doubt kind of threshold, I think that's different. If this case had been beyond a shadow of a doubt, I don't think she gets convicted.
Right. I agree.
But the most reasonable conclusion is that she took the life of Evelyn, right?
Mhm.
With everything we saw. And I think they can do that with Sebastian.
I wish they could have nailed it down to the date and said we're certain. I mean, they narrowed it down within 2 to 3 days, but I just think there should have been enough evidence to figure out the date that it happened. And I think it kind of tells you when the pictures stop going to Ethan.
Yeah.
I think that was a real telltale sign. And she started using old pictures. I think it was somewhere within that 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. So Appy says they don't know when she died. They don't know if she died in the trash can or if she was put in there afterwards. They don't know which item killed her. They don't know who's mailing it. There were a lot of.
Okay.
It was not an easy case, but they still got life on her. They got 51 years out of that. And so that gives me more optimism that a circumstantial case could be brought against our suspects.
I'm sorry. I'm missing. I'm trying to understand,
I
Castle.
think they mean it does take over. If they do take over.
Well, you mean TBI takes over from SCSO?
Yeah. In this
case, TBI is involved.
TBI is involved, but they also, FBI was asked to come in on this case, and FBI has not been asked to take over the Sebastian case. From my understanding, they did have some role with it, but they are not lead in it.
They had a role at the beginning, yeah.
They can be asked to be taken as lead, and they have not done that.
Who?
FBI.
The sheriff's office can ask FBI to take the lead in this investigation, and that has never been done with Sebastian.
Well, they didn't do that in Sullivan County either, right?
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't need to.
The FBI just helped out.
Yeah.
They helped out with the technology stuff, which is kind of
just probably what they're doing with Sebastian.
Well,
Similar.
Usually it's the Secret Service that handles the technology.
This is an interesting comment by Women's Warrior. She said the LEDA community, FBI, etc., in Leilani Simon, Quentin Simon case were second to none amazing. So much I emailed Ellie from UK to tell them how amazing they were.
Aww.
But I mean, you can tell a difference. So, Women's Warrior, what did you think about this case as it compared to that case?
Right. That's
because I didn't follow that case.
And this is East Tennessee, and it's a different group of TBI out there. So that if we were kind of, whatever we think of that group is not necessarily the same group we're getting on Sebastian in Middle Tennessee.
Sorry.
Hi, Agent 99. It's nice to see you.
And
hi, Michelle Lee. Nice to see you. Tugs on Heartstring. Just have a few other people I haven't said hello to.
Sure.
Sherry Berry, Amanda Evans. Hello. I'm going to step away just for a second. I wanted to say hi before I did that.
Yeah. Okay. Appy says, why was Megan's mom and Hunter been cleared? Hunter was cleared, I think, just because of the text messages, because it's very clear in those messages from Megan to Hunter that Hunter had no knowledge of what had happened to Evelyn, because Megan is making up lies about Evelyn being with Ethan Wood and that kind of thing in December. So if they'd had some kind of conspiracy together, which is kind of what I thought going into the trial might be the case, there would be no reason for Megan to be gaslighting Hunter. So that's essentially what cleared him. And then Megan's mom, Megan accused her mom of taking the baby and giving it to this man in a camper and all this in Mendota and different things. But she didn't have the baby. And so she was throwing her mother under the bus when it was her all along. So I don't guess there's really any evidence pointing to the mother. It would not shock me if the reality is that a couple of people around Megan's orbit knew the truth. And will never be charged. Because like we were talking about, like with Granny, or oh Mama, that's what they call her. Oh Mommy, Megan's grandmother. We were talking about how those mountain people, they can be very tight and view outsiders with skepticism and be very loyal to one another. And there's a little bit of truth to that. It could be that there's some secrets being held. That would not shock me if there's a family member or two that kind of had an idea what had happened. A lot of time had passed. I mean, for her to be missing from the first week of December and not get reported into February 18th, and people not have had some questions or knowledge of what, or an idea that something bad had happened, it's kind of almost hard to believe. Do you know what I'm saying, Auntie?
Yes, I do. I was reading Castle said she made a typo, which when she was saying earlier, she meant if the FBI doesn't take over Sebastian's case, we will see an extremely weak case, and that's what she meant to say. And she said sheriff's office, so she just made a typo, and she wanted us to know that's what she was talking about. So I agree, and I feel like we need a little more guidance with this case. What do you think? I just don't.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I
kind of feel like we do.
I mean, I don't know what this DA in Sumner County is like when they try cases or complicated cases. I don't know anything about him. I mean, they had in other areas around here, they've solved some other stuff pretty quickly and put people away. It's just this one's been really tripped them up.
Well, and you got to consider this case took 5 years to come to court. We are just still under a year with the Sebastian case, and we don't have any evidence because we don't know where he's at, and
Right.
We don't know, and so I can see why they are struggling, and to put together a case. I do still think they're diligently working on it, but I just don't think we are privy to what's been done.
I mean, I can see why. I almost wonder sometimes with that case if they're just saying we're going to give this a year, 2 years to see if we can find him alive or not. Whatever their theory, I think their theory is probably that he's not alive, and that they may be thinking we're going to give it this amount of time. We'll build our case in the meantime, get all that geo data and all that cell phone data and put it together and be ready. And if we reach a point where we just think we have to go, because one of the things, we've heard locally over and over that kind of slip in is people saying the rumor mill on the local level is a double jeopardy. We keep hearing that phrase from people here in town. Is that double jeopardy is a real thing? That particular phrase I've heard a couple of times.
Hi, Betty.
And Shirley, we already knew the outcome. I know you're trying to get our attention. We did already hear the outcome that the jury sentenced her to life with parole on all 3 accounts. So we already knew that, and we already reported on it.
Yeah. So so if anybody's just joining us, we'll kind of recap a little bit here again, because I know people are coming and going all day. So this morning we did get a verdict from the jury. The deliberation did not take long at all, a couple of hours yesterday, and then pretty much right first thing this morning they were ready to go. They did find her guilty on all 20 charges, including first degree for Evelyn. Then they took a little break, came back, did some character witness testimony from the mother, the foster mom, and her grandmother. And maybe that was persuasive with the jury. Maybe the foster mom in particular, who I thought was good.
Mm-hmm.
In between there, the Court TV, I think it was, or one of their camera people accidentally showed 3 of the jury members. And so the judge was very upset about that. And so that cameraman is going to be back here in 10 days to face that sentence and consequence, because they had been warned several times about issues with the media there. Also leaving the courthouse, I guess, the mother, Angela Boswell, she was arrested today for some outstanding warrants after she testified as a character witness for her daughter. So that's kind of bizarre. Also, they were only gone maybe an hour and a half or two before the jury came back considering the sentencing, and they decided to give her 3 life sentences, but with a possibility of parole, meaning that with 5 years served, she will very likely have a chance to be released from prison at the age of 69. But the judge has final say, and they have set that date for May 22nd. Judges typically go with a jury's recommendation, but they don't have to. And a local that was in our chat here earlier was saying that she knows this judge and would not shock her if the judge just did his own thing. Did that pretty well sum it up?
Yeah.
The day, I think.
And someone said, could the cameraman's mishap lead to the mistrial?
That's not someone. That's Lolly. She has a beautiful channel.
Hi, Lolly. I don't think so, because I know with other trials that I've watched that were on TV, that the jurors, you could see them the whole time. I mean, that's just really up to the judge whether they want that scene and protect their privacy or not. There were jurors that testify. I mean, not that testify, that come on and do broadcasts and interviews after the fact. So it's not really, I don't think that's an issue for a mistrial or anything like that.
Well, Krista's saying the judge said 3 of the jury members' names.
He did, but they were the alternates that he was relieving from their duty.
Right.
My
make decision.
My understanding, though, is he also named a 12th juror who was running late.
I think that was just part of the name. Okay. It was just the last name, but
yeah.
not the first name.
Mohawk Mom's right. I don't think that'll mean anything.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one I was referring to, because we saw them all the time.
So
I don't think it's an issue.
So Appy, we have to wait till May 22nd to hear the judge's official sentence.
And he can choose to take their recommendation, but he can do something different as well.
Yay is asking for you to repeat everything again.
Sure. Yeah. She was found guilty this morning on all 20 counts, including first-degree murder of Evelyn. So she is looking at the jury is recommending a life sentence, which would mean an addition from this day, 46 more years, with a chance of parole at that point. But they're still that's the first 3 convictions on that list of 20. The 4 through 20 is mostly fines and things like that. So he hasn't decided that yet. I don't know if that tacks on any more time. I guess he theoretically could. I'm not sure if he would run them concurrently or how he'll do that.
Mrs. E.
Yes.
Can you check the news station? Someone said that the prosecuting attorneys have done an interview.
I thought we watched it.
The prosecuting
attorney has just done an interview.
Okay. I wanted to, I was checking the date for Megan's sentencing.
It's the 22nd.
May 22nd.
Okay.
Bliss Blessing says maybe Megan and her mom will share a cell this evening. There is that's strange.
I would say it will be that same news station that I sent you the link from yesterday.
I'll see if I can find it. The defense attorney is speaking live right now on Channel 5. Are we sure it's not the prosecution? Let's see. Maybe the prosecution was before. No. Let's see. I'm checking it out. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not seeing the prosecutors, but you said it would be the Channel 11.
I'm guessing. I'm looking now to see which one the station was that I sent you yesterday. I'm thinking it might be that station.
So I guess he could add years. In Leilani Simon's case, they added 10 years on top of her life sentence.
I don't see it. I see the prosecutor. I mean, I see the defense attorney speaking live, but I don't see.
He may or may not choose to do that. I don't know.
I don't see anything right now. The latest thing I see on WJHL is the foster mom giving her statement.
Oh boy. Whoever just sent me that, I appreciate it. It appears that Megan's attorney. Okay, I'm going to Facebook. I'm just going to let this all.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, you kind of knew this was coming, right?
Right. Oh boy, I'm going to share this. Hold on.
Hurry up.
Oh boy. Oh boy. My camera's off. Oh boy. Are you ready?
No, I think it's in 10 days from now, Krista.
Ready? What does that say?
Motion for a new trial.
Motion for a new trial. Just in, Megan Boswell's attorney has filed a motion for a new trial.
I'm trying to read it.
Well, I know you're trying to read it, but I'm trying to show you that that's what the post says.
Insufficient evidence in the record to support the defendant's convictions for first degree. M, 2 counts of felony. M, aggravated child abuse, aggravated neglect, tampering with evidence. 11 counts, blah, blah, blah. Multiple convictions in counts 7 through 17 for false reporting, blah, blah, blah.
Well, you had that ready.
The defendant moves that the court dismiss the charges against her or in the alternative grant her a new trial.
Oh my goodness.
Based on what?
Well, it's basically the same argument he made in front of the judge.
Oh my goodness.
He's saying there was insufficient evidence in the record to support the defendant's convictions. How do you say that that's insufficient evidence?
And Mohawk Mom, it was filed at 2:41 Eastern time.
That was about, 16 minutes ago? 15, 16 minutes ago? Both prosecutors did interview with the police officer.
No, it'd be like 25 minutes ago.
Okay, it says both prosecutors did an interview with that police officer that was sitting with them, I'm sure. So we need to find that. Someone said it was on let's see what WYCB.
I'll check it out. Let me look.
Yeah, he's grasping at straws. He needs to sit down, is what Izzy Girl 361 says.
Well, we expected it.
Yeah.
I didn't think today, but
I think he expected it. Like, I think he knew it was going to be a guilty verdict, and he was ready to go with this.
Okay, I'm not seeing it, but that doesn't mean anything. The prosecute. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You guys are just trying to keep us on air. I know what you're doing.
I tell you what, we've been on as long today as we have been for any of the trials.
Are we going to miss appointments or anything? Are we good?
I need to do some stuff before you leave or I leave to go get children. Yes.
What time is Middley today?
Middley,
are you here?
No, Middley is we'll leave about 20 minutes after
he was
you.
Downstairs earlier.
20 minutes after you is when we have to leave for that.
Just before 3.
Just before 3.
Okay, so we could do another 20, 30 minutes here.
According to the presser from the state, that motion has been denied.
Already?
That's what it says.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he tried to had the whole thing tossed out yesterday morning. Try it again today. And
okay, let's hear it.
Okay.
And, it's a lot of hard work by a lot of people. So it was very satisfying to get the jury's verdict.
Normally, we sometimes hear a victim impact statement in cases like this, and we didn't hear one this time. Maybe a little bit from Tommy Boswell, but it seems like you are the advocates for Evelyn. What do you have to say about that?
That's a complicated question, to say the least. Obviously, there are a lot of emotions in this case, even within the Boswell family. I mean, you all saw Tommy testify. I mean, his daughter was the defendant. His granddaughter was the victim in this case. A lot of emotions. Same thing with Angela. So, but we're fortunate, and I would be remiss without talking about the incredible work that was done by law enforcement in this case. And as a community, could not be prouder to have those folks who really, from the get-go, from the time she was reported missing, who've really been her biggest advocates during these 5 years, to see, ultimately what we realized here in the courtroom today, which was justice for everyone.
Even with that exhaustive investigation, all of the interviews, all of the forensic evidence that was gathered, Ms. Massengill even acknowledged we still may never know exactly what happened. Did you have to rely on the jurors' common sense and taking might be a shred of doubt and separating that from what reasonable doubt is in this case?
To some extent. I mean, I think always coming from a prosecutor, it's I guess easy to say, well, we think you should decide the case this way. But this really was, a textbook example of, just excellent police work, for us to be able to come into the courtroom, to be able to present a case where you really don't have direct evidence. I mean, we didn't have a confession. We didn't have a video of the crime being committed. You had to rely on a lot of circumstantial evidence. And, as we argued during closing argument, you're going to have to use your common sense to fill in some of those gaps that were there. So, yes.
General Massengill, during closing, you talked about the baby Evelyn mattered. Where'd you come up with that?
Because it's the truth. She mattered and she deserved to live. And I wanted the jury to know that.
How hard was it working on this case and seeing all those images, the baby in the trash can?
It's very difficult, and it's difficult to show something like that to a jury or to the public. But it's important that we show everyone what Megan Boswell did. It's difficult, but we're willing to do it to find justice.
Can you talk about the impact that, this community has said these questions for 5 years now and finally have answers?
Right. And I think that was difficult. Unfortunately, we made some very purposeful decisions as we were prosecuting the case, which I think a lot of people kind of took umbrage with. We did not release much about this case on purpose because we wanted to try the case here in Sullivan County. And I think that caused a lot of heartburn among people not to have those answers, not to know that information about the case. And we, kind of told them just to be patient because we wanted to try the case in the courtroom. And we feel like that's what we did.
Was there a piece of evidence or something that you think really sealed the deal for the jurors on making this decision?
I don't know that there was any one singular piece of evidence. I think the difficult thing in this case really is those interviews with Megan and the fact that, her story kept changing, kept shifting. And, there were lots of little things, that kind of ruled other things out. But I think ultimately, it was a lot of her own words that were her undoing in this case.
And what about how the baby was found? That is something that I think has hit home. And you could tell from day one, from the images you showed, jurors were crying. She was crying.
Right.
What do you want to talk about with that?
I mean, it's disturbing. I mean, it truly is. And, we made a decision in trying this case because, there were a lot of charges. Obviously, the lies and stuff that she was telling the jury. We didn't want the focus of the case to be on that. I mean, to us, that was the easy kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak. We wanted the focus to be on the homicide. We wanted it to be on Evelyn and what happened to her. And that was why we kind of hit the jury right in the face right out of the gate. And so, like I said, that was strategy on our part as far as, how we kind of put the trial together. We wanted them to, right from the get-go, know that this was a homicide case. This wasn't just somebody lied to the police case.
Megan will be eligible for parole when she's about 69 years old. As a prosecutor team, you asked for life without the possibility of parole. What is your take now that the jury decided to give her a chance?
You want to answer it?
We will continue to fight to keep her in custody until for her natural life, if possible.
Can she face more years than that, though, with the other charges that she received?
She can. The judge will still have to sentence her on all the false report counts, the tampering, the abuse of a corpse, the failure to report charge. So in theory, he could run those consecutive and he could stack that time on top of what she's already received for the homicide.
Is
So
that something you all get to urge him to do in
We
your
do.
sentencing report?
we do. There'll be a sentencing report, and then we'll have a sentencing hearing. That's what's set the end of May, and then we'll go from there. Both sides will have a chance to argue what her sentence should be on those.
Do you know how many years she looks at for those additional charges too?
Yes, the false reports should be looking at 2 to 4 years on those. The tampering charge will be 3 to 6, and I think the abuse of a corpse and the failure to report are both 1 to 2 years on those.
Hi,
I know
Graham.
that law enforcement, even one of the agents or one of the people who testified said that everyone else was ruled out, including Hunter Wood. But clearly, whether it was in the community or certainly on the defense's strategy, that was an if that they wanted to put out there. How important were those text messages that you guys were able to put up, showing what was going on, what
they
was
know.
going on, at least in Hunter Wood's mind, as this child was now known to be missing?
All right, you want to comment?
I think they're very, very important. I don't know how you can overcome that in my mind. When we found those, I don't know there's an explanation, for them.
Was there
Yeah.
anything else y'all want us to know? I know it's been a very long, almost 2 weeks.
Well, like I said before, I mean, I think, if the community ever had any doubt about how hard law enforcement works, I hope they had a chance to see that in action in this trial, because like I said, you really could not have asked for any more diligent, exhausting efforts than what we saw from, our local law enforcement here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, TBI, FBI. I mean, it truly was a coordinated effort.
Is this the first time in a while too? I know that the judge mentioned it, but for you all, that a jury has been sequestered?
It was. I don't know that I was part of the last one, but I know it's been about 20 years since
Wow.
the last time we sequestered a jury. So, anything else?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Let's pause a second before we do the next one, because I just want to go over a couple of things that were in there.
We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, no, they're not going to take a lot of time. Well, you could see you could see their faces when they talked about those text messages from Hunter being able to get that evidence admitted. They all kind of lit up, right? They knew how important that was.
It was a key, really.
Yeah, that maybe the whole thing actually hinged on those Hunter texts, because if they had kept that out, heck, if I hadn't seen that, I still would have been wondering about Hunter.
I would have had a seed of doubt in my mind that he was at least implicated in it.
Because I wondered, I wondered before until the text. Then once I saw those texts, it's like, oh, okay. Well, Hunter's in the clear. I think
I went into this thinking Hunter was guilty of something.
so. Them being able to get those texts admitted as evidence was huge. So I see why the defense fought it. And then they also talked a little bit about the circumstantial nature of a lot of the evidence, how they didn't really have the firm evidence, but they still brought the charges and brought it home and got the conviction. And of course, we're thinking of the parallels with Sebastian and other cases, Summer Wells and others that are similar to this, and that you don't have all the answers. But they're still able to do it. They also talk a great deal about how admirable law enforcement was. Maybe even just in the interrogation interviews. Their interrogations were great. I mean, they really worked her well in there. That was all impressive. And then they talked about the additional sentencing that'll be stacked on this life sentence, which she could be looking at. It looks like another 5 to 15 years or so, depending on how the judge wants to do that.
Right.
It was 2 to 4 for the false reporting,
Mhm.
3 to 6 for, I think, was it the abuse of the corpse?
Yes.
And then there was another charge. They said another 1 or 2 years or something. So, you're looking at, when they add that all in, she could be 75, 80 years old before she's able to be freed.
Castle's got a good point.
Castle says there's a big difference in this case versus Sebastian's case because we don't have a body. Hence why SCSO has to hand to FBI's. Sebastian's case is high profile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mohawk Mom says it was 1 to 2 for not reporting the death.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. I feel like there might be another charge or two in there, but anyway, so that's So she's looking at being well into her 70s, maybe 80 years old. So like we said, she's not going to do well in a prison. Carrie Reiner says, it shocks me that Sullivan County was so good with this case, yet not Summer and Sebastian's cases. And I agree, Evelyn deserved justice, but so do they, and probable cause is there. And
I will say we don't know though. We, with Sebastian's case, and it's nothing, I don't mean it rudely towards Carrie, but we don't know what they've got.
Yeah.
We don't know. And there might be a reason. They said the prosecutors here themselves just said that they held back a lot of that information because they wanted to have the trial in Sullivan County. So, we can speculate all we want, but we don't know what they have.
No.
They have been as closed-lipped. I mean, they were even more or less closed-lipped on Megan than what we're getting for Sebastian. We hardly get anything.
For Sebastian.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is they let out more information on Megan and Evelyn than we're getting on Sebastian at all. So, but they had Ryan, they had a reason for that they wanted to try it within that county. And so they did not want to, let anything out.
I find it interesting that she really took the lead on the prosecution, but he appears to be the lead counsel. Do you think?
Yes, he is. He is.
Yeah.
He's the assistant district attorney, I believe, and she is just a criminal attorney within that division.
I just wonder if she needed the experience or what was the reason, if they felt like they had so much evidence that it was going to be a conviction. But I don't know, because I feel like he ultimately would have done a better job. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
That's just a my analysis of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a question, Robin. It says there are 11 counts of lying to law enforcement. So wouldn't that be 2 to 4 for each account?
I don't know. I don't know how
That's a good question.
how they'll do that.
Well, I know that we'll definitely all be here on May 22nd because we're going to want to hear this, right?
Well, yeah, we'll be here for that. Do we want to play the defense before we go?
Oh, we can. It's much, much longer though. They were live streaming it.
What? Oh, the defense's remarks.
Oh, and we
don't have that kind of time. Oh no, it's
Just like 3
well. There's
minutes.
a 3-minute one. Let's do that one.
We'll do that, and then we'll
wrap it up
and kind of go over. Just kind of wrap things up.
Okay, hold on. As long as he doesn't pull out Reynolds Wrap, I'll be all right. I did not care for that.
With some mercy and some clemency and saying that she felt like Megan Boswell was redeemable. Talk about that interview that she gave for you and her knowledge of Megan's character.
Well, obviously, Gail spent more time with her than I have in that type of situation. Most of my conversations, all of my conversations with Megan have been sitting in a jail cell talking about her case. But she seems to be a very positive person. She seems strong in her faith, and she's going to handle this. And it seems like she'll move through this adversity. She will have a chance to get out of prison when she's 69.
Yeah, I mean, did you feel like that was a win today, though? Being able, that she will possibly get out of prison?
I would say that it was better than a life without sentence. Assuming she lives to be 69 years old, she will be released. So maybe she'll have some time at the end of her life to enjoy.
Is there something about cases that are this horrifying and go on for this long and get this much community attention that raises the possibility of a feeling of retribution in the community being higher than it might otherwise be?
Well, certainly, if you look at the comments on the news articles, Facebook comments, people seem to be very much up in arms over this case. And it's a sad case. I know I've been criticized a lot in the media because of defending Megan, but everyone's entitled to a defense. And that's what I hope I provided her. I tried to do that to the best of my ability.
It sounds like that's something you're not stopping today.
Absolutely not.
You decided to pull 3 witnesses for this part of the trial. Why did you decide to do that, then, and talk about why you decided to bring Angela up?
As far as today was just witnesses, there are 2 phases of the trial, and all witness testimony has to be relevant. So these witnesses, their testimony wouldn't have been relative to guilt or innocence, but it was relevant to sentencing. Her mom, to her credit, come up here and testified that she wasn't a good mother. And I respect her for that, because it had to be hard to go on TV and take that responsibility, but she did it.
Do you know if Angela Boswell knew that she had one out for her arrest?
I don't know that. I imagine yes.
I'm going to double. You guys can go ahead.
Anything else you want to add?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can we redo the first part because they were not rolling on it back at the station?
Yeah.
But you guys can go ahead. We'll let them break down and then we'll just
Okay.
start the first couple questions.
This one's mine.
This one's yours.
You think she did?
Well, I mean, she missed court on it, so somebody that's been to court has played the same. It was probably.
What was he saying there at the end about?
He was talking about Angela. He said, did you expect her to get arrested after she left court? And he said, well, she didn't show up for court. So you got to expect that when you don't show up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't guess did we really learn a whole lot out of that interview there?
No.
No, and they didn't talk about the, do we know that was already denied? Where was that information about him following?
I can't find that.
Yeah, it was a reporter that posted that, I think.
I've been checking that one reporter. I'll double check, but I've been checking her, the one that's been.
So scroll down. It says denied. Where does it say?
This is just a post.
Oh, maybe that's what we saw. Oh no, I don't think.
That was yesterday.
So maybe that motion has not been denied yet.
I don't know. Some people were saying it was already denied. I don't know how you can deny it that quickly.
I don't see that it's denied, you guys.
Maybe a misunderstanding.
It'll be on they'll talk about it this evening.
I'm not sure what you're talking about there. You said kind of odd. My first time being in convo and I get called out. That just wasn't the way to direct me. Y'all came highly recommended to me from another creator. I have to say I felt attacked.
By us?
I don't.
I disagreed with her.
Oh.
About what?
I don't remember. Let's see.
I didn't remember anybody being attacked.
No, I don't think so.
So sorry you took that way. I mean, we're always open to different opinions here and that kind of thing. We've had several discussions and various debates about this case all throughout. But we try to keep it friendly and civil.
Yeah, I don't think.
But I don't remember you being attacked. I don't know.
I don't see anybody.
I'll see if I can find the remark.
But sorry you took it that way, but that's not really what we do.
I'm not sure if it was the one about. She said it shocks me that Sullivan County was so good in this case, yet not Summer and Sebastian cases. I agreed Evelyn deserved justice, but so do they, and probably.
I think what I said was, and I actually said no offense to Carrie. I said that we don't know what they have.
Right, and we don't know what they have because they haven't had an opportunity to give us their case. But I didn't.
I don't feel like. I mean, it's
okay. Well, I mean, sorry you took it that way, but and she's saying it's all good. She doesn't mind.
I didn't mean it to be attacking. We just kind of have debates around here.
I disagree. There were many angles here with the defense.
A lot of unknowns. The jury just didn't buy it. Yeah. Let's see. Well, yeah, I agree with Mohawk Mom on this for sure. Well, I think Hawkins County failed Summer Wells. So I think a lot of people failed Summer Wells, unfortunately. And that's the unfortunate thing with a lot of these cases. A lot of these children were failed by many people.
This is a thought I've had about Sebastian, by the way. So I know we don't really know what happened to him. We don't know if he's alive or not. My thinking is this: if you're Sumner County and you build the case that he's not alive, and you build the circumstantial case with that assumption, with all the evidence that they do have, that we don't know what all of it is. We know a little bit, but we don't know most of it, right? You go ahead and bring those charges, and if he's alive, he'll surface because you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
if
sure.
it is one of those situations where he's been hidden away, sent to a school, some distant relative, whatever, that kind of scenario, those kind of theories that are out there. If that's the case and you bring in the charges, suddenly Sebastian will be released, and then you win either way. Does that make sense?
That's a good point.
That's a way to think of it.
And let's see. I saw Agent 99. Thank you, Agent 99.
Thank you, Agent 99.
That's very sweet of you.
So we appreciate everybody that's been here with us for this. We're going to probably close this out here in about 5 minutes, I think.
Did you see what Dreaming said?
I didn't. Dreaming of Blue Sky says, I often wonder if the Sebastian case will be like the Amber Sprodlin case. Police were quiet for 9 to 10 months, then showed up and arrested the dentist and 2 others that were involved.
Yeah, I think anything's possible.
That if I had to place money on it, that's what I think will happen. I think any day. That's what I think that's happening. I could be wrong. That's what I think will happen.
You guys are so sweet.
It'll be, oh, they're corrupt. Oh, they're corrupt. Oh, they're inept. They're incompetent. They botched the case, then arrest, then they're heroes. You know, that's how I think it's going to go. Carrie says, I think my kids was crying when she first addressed me. I went back and she did say no disrespect, so I must apologize.
Oh, no, it's over. Don't worry,
worries,
Carrie.
Carrie.
You're welcome here. And we just debate things. I'm sorry if I was a little gruff. We've been doing this for like 8 days at this point. And so I'm just I think I'm either getting too comfortable and need to be more professional or
well, and we've had like 6 and 7 hour days. I mean, we've been on almost 6 hours today, and we didn't even think we would be on for, just for the sentence or just for the.
But Carrie, you are welcome here, and I'm sorry if I was being a little too gruff. I'm very direct, but I try not to be mean. I'm Women's Warrior says, I don't have a mean bone in my body, but when it comes to my kids, I do. I can definitely, if someone goes after my kids, that's a whole other thing.
Guidance says, our new chairs we got this week, are they still holding up or still numb? It helps.
It helps.
It helps a lot.
But I will say that up until this point, we were sitting in our dining room chairs like we talked about earlier in the week, and it really did a number on our behinds. As far as making our behinds just kind of be sore and the bones.
It's tolerable.
Yeah, but this is tolerable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting better slowly. I think if we'd had a new, like a fresh behind to start with, that it would be easier. I think we wouldn't have any trouble whatsoever. But we already had the damaged behind from 7 days of sitting. So.
I don't recognize the same, but Nana Joy, thanks for joining us. I think some folks have already answered this for you, but in case any of you are joining us here at the kind of the tail end, we do have convictions on all 20 counts. She has found, she was, including the first degree murder of Evelyn. She is looking at a recommended sentence from the jury of an additional 46 years. They will also tack on the other charges, which might be another 5, 10, 20 years, somewhere in that range. It'll all be up to the judge. And that final decision will be made on May 22nd. So we will keep an eye on that and be back with that as well. There was a motion to dismiss the case.
Absolutely.
Or a new trial. Loudmouth at 981 says, I think after this case, we all need a good adult drink. But
are y'all married?
We are. And Chris, I hope I answered your questions. I know you had a few while we were playing that interview, but I think most of those have been answered since you asked. But yes, we are married.
Well, for the new people, our dynamic is this. Mr. E and I are married. We're sitting side by side. There's my hand. See?
Yes.
Auntie is in a state far, far away. And she is my sister. And our mother sometimes comes into chat as Gran E. Like Grane. We might change that to Mom Me, so there's no more confusion.
Something
because but that's our dynamic. We we sit around and talk about this stuff offline. So we thought, heck, we'll start talking about it online.
Yes.
So we would be doing it whether you guys were watching us or not. So.
And Krista, they won't. I think the jury's done. They're free. They've been sequestered and they are free to go. It looked like this was going to go 2 to 4 weeks. It ended up being just 1 week because the defense did not put up a defense. They decided not to call any witnesses or anything yesterday. And so this was a hard case. I'm glad it went the way it did. I know most of us would have preferred life without parole. I'm just glad we don't have a Casey Anthony deal where she's just walking free. I'm okay with her getting the 50 years plus myself. If it had just been my decision, I would have said without parole, but at least we've got some decent justice here, and she will not have the opportunity to have another child and do anything remotely close to this again. Because I think what she did is so horrific that she needs to be ostracized from and kept away from people. Robin's Feathers Nest says, do any of you have a background in law? This is my first time here and I like the forum. Well, thank you, Robin, for coming in. No,
we don't, but we do have a background in arguing with each other. So that is one thing we know.
We got involved in, started our channel actually just because of the Sebastian Rogers disappearance. We are local to the area. We're following the case. And one of the things we saw absent was logic and reason being applied to the disappearance of Sebastian, and felt there needed to be a place in YouTube for that.
Without being attacked for the most part.
Without being attacked, where we could talk theories out and not be agenda driven, but be truth seeking. So that's kind of been our approach to true crime. We've done other cases, but we do mostly cover Sebastian's story because we have a child with autism. We live in the community. So it spoke to us. Yeah.
And we don't do the drama stuff unless it's about Auntie's lunch. That's a whole other situation.
Yes. That was our departure.
Yeah.
That was our one drama day.
Yeah, it was
calling out the
it was all resolved in the end. So
it was. And you look like you're feeling better. Now that you've had
do,
lunch.
She's not hangry.
When I get to 2 o'clock, and I typically don't eat till like noon to 1. Well, when I was hitting 2 o'clock, I was getting a little perturbed, you know. I was like needing to eat. So that was I thought Carrie had a good point. We all thought this trial would last longer.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm kind of glad to see it went quickly and was resolved without a lot of jury deliberation. They obviously had their minds made up pretty quickly.
So justified though, Auntie. Yes.
No kidding.
Well, I will say, Castle was saying that the jurors can go on national TV now. I'm saying to the jurors, why go on national TV? Why not come here? I'm just kidding.
Yes, they can.
I'm just kidding.
We could talk to the attorney. He's watching everything. I guess if he'd like to talk to us, we'll talk to him.
We'll talk to anybody.
Yeah, we'll talk to any of those people.
Yeah.
Since they're watching all these comments apparently while they're trying a case. That was kind of part of the takeaway these guys were having with the defense attorney. How he was talking about how he reads all these comments on the news and all that.
Well, I think we are going to wrap it up because we've got kids to pick up and doctor's appointments to make. We appreciate you so much for being here with us, especially those of you who have been with us every day during this trial. We appreciate you. And Aunt E, thank you. I know you'd rather be at the pool today, but
it's a little cloudy here. It's not a great pool day, so I didn't miss a whole lot. I am going to make my Walmart run here in a few minutes, but Walmart's always open, so I can go there whenever.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate all of you being here and all of your kind comments and all of your critical thinking and logical discussions. It's been wonderful, and all of your prayers for our son and our family. We just appreciate you all so much, and it's just been a joy. It's been a pleasure doing this with you guys. Oh, it's High Bay got a perfect attendance award.
Several of you were with us.
Yeah.
Several of you have been with us every day of the trial. It's been very enjoyable. We appreciate all the thoughts and comments everybody has had and
thought with all the sidebars, it
And-
would take 4 weeks.
And correcting us when we've made some mistakes too.
No, it's great. And
It's
it's been a lot of fun, and we've gotten to know each other and spend a lot of time. And I'm glad that we got to do it together. And you guys
I
could have
think
been
so.
anywhere and you were here with us, and we appreciate that.
I do feel like I know you guys better now.
Oh, I do
definitely,
too.
Definitely so.
Oh, not you. We know each. I mean,
No, I'm talking to you two. Yeah.
you've known
Oh,
me for your entire life, so,
Yeah.
or my entire life.
Yes.
All right. Well, guys, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much. And we will be back. I'm assuming we're going to talk about Sebastian next time. That's what we're thinking.
And
Yeah.
I think we'll probably try to hit any new updates with this, or maybe interviews. We'll try to add some of that in as well, since so many of you followed along with us, and maybe talk about the 2 cases, implement, how they can maybe have things that relate that we could talk about.
Absolutely. And look at all those orange hearts for middle E. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Yes, Appy, you're going to want to hear about this case. This case is very interesting with Sebastian. It's very interesting.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Appy. I think we have gained some new subscribers just because we're covering a different case than our typical cases. I'll probably do like a little rundown at the beginning of our next live, maybe.
Yeah, we're coming up on the year anniversary of Sebastian going missing.
Kind of give an idea of what's going on with that case and where it's at.
Yeah.
And you also can go back on our streams. We've got lots and lots and lots of content on him. So if you want more information, you can kind of do some background.
We need to do a summary video.
Yeah, we probably
do.
should. It's such a complicated case. There's been so much happening.
So much misinformation.
And Women's Warrior, yes, we will want to subscribe to her channel.
Yes. And as soon as Women's Warrior is ready for her channel to be out, she's not quite there yet. As soon as she's ready, we will put it out for her and help her get started, because she has been wonderful to us and we appreciate her so much.
And it looks like we're going to get to play our song one more time before we go.
Is this a super chat or a super sticker?
I never can tell.
I think it's a chat. It's one color and one another. No, I think it's a sticker.
No, it's a super chat. Thank you, Chastity. That's awesome. That's like my favorite song of all these songs. So here we go.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I just love that
So
song.
that was actually All I Need Is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. I guess is her another account.
Oh,
So thank you very much for that. You've been with us this whole ride too for this trial. We appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much. That is so sweet.
Oh, that's good to know. So if there is writing on it, it's a super chat. If it's a sticker, there's no personal message.
Well,
Oh, okay.
see, that's how much we know about this stuff.
Right.
That's so funny.
Right.
Well, Women's Warrior, don't cry. We love you. Thank you. I'm excited for your channel. We'll do whatever we can to help. All right, guys, we are going to wrap it up because there's going to be some kids waiting for us.
Yes.
So we have to go.
We have no choice but to go.
All right. Bye,
Bye,
guys.
Thank you.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember